This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Two of Wyoming's top three industries, agriculture and hospitality, have long had national reputations for relying on undocumented workers. Just how many undocumented workers are in Wyoming's agriculture and tourism hospitality industries isn't something the state has been tracking. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean. But she says Wyoming's chief economist estimates that the number could be as high as 4,800.
I talked with Chris Brown with the Travel and Hospitality Coalition. He says they're not waiting for executive orders from President Trump. They are taking a proactive stance now, making sure that businesses know how to access those programs that allow them to bring migrants here legally. I think the agriculture associations, by and large, have really worked with their members to teach them how to use those H-2A visa programs to bring in people legally. But again, if half of agriculture workers are foreign migrant workers who are undocumented, then we could still have a pretty significant contingent here in Wyoming.
Across the U.S., half of 2 million agriculture laborers are estimated to be undocumented. For hospitality, the national figure is 7.1%. The central Wyoming town of Bar None and some state legislators are divided about a plan for Radiant Nuclear to build its micronuclear plants here. That's because the plan includes accepting and storing spent nuclear fuel from the company's reactors. Radiant officials got an earful about that Saturday during a public input meeting, and Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company is going to do a poll to gauge local support for its proposed facility.
There were some opponents that showed up at this meeting and were pretty vocal. There's also a lot of support for this among legislators. However, the legislator that actually represents Bar None believes that the community is steadfastly against this. Radiant announced that it's going to do a formal opinion poll to really, in their words, truly gauge the amount of public support or lack thereof. Despite
the opposition, Radiant continues to view Wyoming as its preferred location for manufacturing a new generation of microreactors. Kyle Hamilton counts himself as extremely lucky after he plowed into a deer while riding his motorcycle near Hewlett, but managed to keep the bike upright and on the road. But it wasn't just luck. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that skill and riding experience played a key part, as evidenced by a jaw-clenching video caught by a camera mounted on his friend's motorcycle.
His buddy had a road camera, a dash cam, mounted on his motorcycle right behind this guy, and it shows the very moment where he plows into a white-tailed deer right outside of Hewlett there, going about 55 miles an hour in his Harley. He manages to keep the bike on the road and keeps it from going over or flipping. Just a crazy, crazy thing that they managed to catch that on video. Both men came through uninjured.
As brutal as the impact was, Hamilton said it could have been worse because it was a straight-on hit that made it easier to recover from than a sideways hit would have been. And he's thankful that the deer was a small doe instead of a huge buck. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The 15th and last Chris Ledoux Days drew a record crowd of 4,000 to 6,000 people to KC on Saturday. The annual event has honored one of the West's most legendary cowboys, world champion bareback rider, country music star, and a fierce advocate for the cowboy way of life, Chris Ledoux. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that many waited an hour in the rain to hear Chris Ledoux's son Ned sing.
They were all happy to be in KC to hear Ned Ledoux sing some of his dad's songs and some of his own songs too. And he did do his duet, One Hand in the Rigging. I felt a little misty-eyed, and I think he was too when he introduced the song. And they had this on Father's Day, and that wasn't an accident. That was part of a plan, a fitting tribute to their favorite dad and a favorite son of KC, Wyoming.
The end of Chris Ledoux Days marks the end of an era for his many fans across America who are still buying his records and singing his songs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Derek! Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potato.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Howdy. Rain can't dampen the spirits of KC Wyomingites as they descend on the last Chris Ledoux Days. 15th and final drew a record 6,000 people. President Trump may soften his ICE crackdown stance on two of Wyoming's top industries. Bar none residents push back on storing spent nuclear fuel from microreactors. A photographer catches some pretty cool lightning bugs. He was looking for actual lightning, and then he chanced upon some fireflies, which are rare in Wyoming. A German Shepherd chases a wolf. We'll let you know how that turned out. That would be a pretty good contest. UFC cage match. German Shepherd versus Wild Wolf. Yeah, I'd pay to see that one. Yeah, we got to get to a lot of stuff, a lot of stories this week, a lot of special guests on today, including, I think, Jen Coker. Jen's been away shearing alpacas. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Talk about tough assignments for journalists. Jen's been busy shearing alpacas. We'll find out how that went. Tough work if you can get it. First, let's take a look at the weather forecast. Dawn day weather forecast across Wyoming. Chance of rain in Casper. Mostly cloudy, 75 today. Riverton again, rain. High 79. Sunny in Evanston, 75. Green River, sunny, breezy, 80. Pinedale, mostly sunny, 72 with a breeze. Alpine, 76, sunshine. Chance of rain in Dubois, otherwise mostly sunny, breezy, 71 the high. Jackson, sunny, 74. Thermopolis, you may see a rain shower. Under partly sunny skies, 74 the high. 71 in Cody with a chance of rain. Buffalo, rain likely, mostly cloudy, high 66. Sheridan, patchy fog to start the day, maybe rain in the afternoon, 72 the high. Gillette, rain, cloudy, 69. Rain near certain in Newcastle, you can't avoid it. 70, rainy in Newcastle. Torrington, rain, severe storms possible today with highs 72 in Torrington. Lusk, rain likely, 67 the high. Rain and possible severe storms in Cheyenne, mostly cloudy, 71. Laramie, rain likely after noon, otherwise partly sunny, 72 the high. Rawlins, you may see rain in the afternoon as well, with a high 77. Kind of a Rainy day today across the state, with the exception being in the far west where I am. Nice day today. So, yeah, I don't know. It's too bad. Although we need the rain, right? That's what Chris Ledoux would have said. There was rain at Chris Ledoux Days, the 15th and final Chris Ledoux Days. But the rain didn't slow anybody down. That looked like fun. Renee Jean was there. I wish I was there to see Ned Ledoux sing his dad's songs and everybody just dancing in the rain, dancing in the mud, kind of like a, what do you call it? What was that? Woodstock. Kind of like Wyoming's Woodstock. Jen, what'd you learn about shearing alpacas?
Jake, I have to say, I've had 2 hours of sleep. I flew in last night from
Oh,
Florida.
no. Really?
Yeah.
Florida? Well, they don't have alpacas in Florida.
They don't have alpacas, but I was at a five-star resort.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
And now I know how the other half lives.
How bougie of you.
So bougie. Like we got led to our loungers in front of the pool.
What do you mean led to it? Like you had an escort to the pool?
It was a legit cabana boy.
Oh my goodness. Just there waiting on your every whim.
It was insane.
Tell me you snapped.
I wish I would have snapped. Like, it was just so foreign to me. It took me a while to get the lay of the land. I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? But we were right by Mar-a-Lago, and we couldn't do our beach cruisers because of it. It was just crazy, Jake.
What do you mean your beach cruisers? What's that?
Well, we wanted to do our beach cruisers, but we could. The sidewalks were blocked because we were going to ride our bikes across this bridge, but we couldn't.
Oh,
they're so close to Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, you've got to start from zero with me, Jen. I don't live this life you do of.
I know. Now I'm not going to not live it.
You've had a taste of it, and you're like, oh yeah, this is the new me.
It's me, and I want an omelet delivered to me at a beach. Yeah, it was just crazy.
It's amazing how fast your expectations can get to a certain place like that. That's the new bar now for Jen.
I'm angry this morning. I'm like, where is my omelet?
Do I have to do everything myself around here? Jen says to no one.
I know. It's so frustrating.
Well, you didn't have to come on if you can sleep in.
No, that's okay. I had to get up anyway. But I'm just a little rough for the wear.
Yeah, I feel bad. You're scuffed up.
Yeah, I'm so scuffed. Yeah, I'm so scuffed. But you asked me about alpaca shearing. So that was my first experience alpaca shearing.
It looks like hard work. Like the alpacas don't seem to like it.
Yeah, and granted, I did no work. So I'm just there. Right. Yeah, let's not confuse this with me doing anything. So I was just there observing and talking to people. And what really, there was a couple things. I didn't know how cool alpacas were. Did you know how cool alpacas are?
Well, aside from the spitting, they're kind of cool and cute. I got a photo of one I'm looking at. He's pretty cute, and he's in the living room.
In the living room?
There's a photo of one. He's in a house. He's standing right there in the living room.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did get spit on several times, and I felt it. I'm like, what is that mist? And I was standing in the wrong place, and everybody's like, no, you have to move over because they're upset. And so I'm trying to pet them, and they're like, no, get away from them right now. They are not happy. And so I did get a couple spit assault, maybe 3. And you have to make sure where you're standing because it was windy. So I did get spit on. However, they are very cute. And Heidi Nation, who owns those alpacas, told me she led me over to them, and they are so cute. But it is a process. And what I realized is Corey Bricker, who was shearing them, is just masterful. Like he could do the whole, it's called a blanket, I think. But he could do it all in like almost one piece. So it was really masterful. It's been a couple days since I've done that assignment. So already I've forgotten.
So Corey Bricker, 48-year-old, has a little bit of a social media following. He's on TikTok for his skills, and you find me another alpaca shearer who's on social media like this guy.
I know. And when I showed up, they said that we've got the way this was pitched to me is like we've got kind of a huge rock star coming to shear, and I was like, well, I need to be there, obviously. Yeah, and I see. I mean, he earned his. And if you look at his videos too, he usually does sheep, but the sheep are so docile and they're just leaning against him. And having been to a couple sheep shearings, I guess I have a beat now. It might be the shearing beat, but having been to a couple of those, I'm like, whoa, that is normally not how docile they are. And he just has them so pliable as he's just shearing off their wool in one sheet.
I didn't know that's what alpacas were about. Now, if you're running alpacas, if you're an alpaca rancher, or who are the nations? What would they call themselves?
They're definitely not ranchers. I mean, it's a hobby ranch.
Yeah. Try and Heidi Nation, they're Spirit Nation alpacas. A lot of people keep alpacas for some like llamas, pack with them like they're mules. Some use them as a companion animal for other livestock. They're kind of cool to have around. They're pretty protective of livestock. They have that. But in this case, alpacas are also harvested for their wool. And what about their poop?
Yeah. Okay. So the wool, they can't, as I found, I was like, oh, surely you're going to sell this. Because there's I can't remember the name of it, but the wool ranch in Buffalo, which is such a cool place. But she said, no, they won't take it because it requires a certain processing. So it's their poop that's the real gold. And she gave me some, sorry, editors, I took a little freebie there, but I left it. But apparently it is great fertilizer. So I don't know because I happened to leave mine, but I mean, she showed me a piece of her yard and it was bright green compared to just the regular green. So she swears by it.
Wow. What's so special? That's so weird. It must be the way they internalize it or something gross.
Yeah. It comes out ready to roll. You don't have to wait. It's just, you can use it as soon as it's produced.
Now, where did this take place? Around the Gillette area?
Yeah, it was about 11 miles out of town in the Orvia? It's like a subdivision of ranchettes from, I think it's 4 to 11-ish acres. Don't quote me on that, but it's just little tiny ranchettes.
Yeah.
And so they have a piece of property, and they've got a donkey, a horse, 2 donkeys, a horse, chickens, and these alpacas.
Yeah, and I'll bet the donkey, the horse, and the everything else that wasn't an alpaca was keeping a distance. Like, I hope I'm not next. They
saw Corey at work and they're like, no.
Nope. So what is it this time of year pretty much they do the alpacas? Because it seems when they're shorn, they're like they look like they could be cold if it wasn't hot out. So they do it, in spring when it's getting hot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess alpacas hate to be hot. Well, nobody likes to be hot, but I guess they really hate it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And they also hate rain and dogs.
Dang, that's a lot. It's amazing they have enough spit for all the things they don't like. They're spitting at the sun. It's so hot. Spitting at dogs, you, Corey Bricker.
Yep.
Boy, these alpacas are nasty. Who wants them around then?
Their cuteness, I'm telling you, Jake, offsets everything. Cuteness goes a long way.
They are kind of cute. So, all right, we're going to add that to your list of specialties, your beat, and you and rock star Corey Bricker are probably going to stay at a 5-star resort and order Cabana Boy around. Do you know
I'm going to talk to him.
Corey will say, do you know who I am? You know how fast I could shear you if I wanted? What is it? Did you get to did you hold any down? You really didn't take part at all.
Oh, no. I had nothing to do with anything.
All right.
No, I was just sitting there watching everybody work real hard.
Yeah. Okay.
You know how it goes.
And another beat, Jen, she's a missing persons kind of person. When you're not missing in a Florida resort, this Gillette woman who we were looking for, we thought she might be in Colorado, and I guess she is.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
A lot of mystery still surrounding what she is doing. And there's, there's only so much you can report because that person has determined that they are not missing. And so that's one of those rare cases where they're really presumably went off the radar for their own reasons.
Yeah.
And so she, and it's every police department has a different way because there's no protocols that say how you clear a missing person. But in Gillette, they said, we need you to go to the Colorado police station and turn yourself in, or not turn yourself in, but show that you are still, you are who you say you are, and you are okay. And she did. So lots of questions, she's still in Colorado, I believe. But it said she's definitely not missing, and she did not have a phone. So she was not aware that people were looking for her.
Wow.
So one of those rare cases, and her family and friends were just, and I tell you this every time, they say she didn't do it until they did it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's usually motivated by some change in your life, like you pick up a relationship with someone and you just alter your life so much. But maybe, I don't know. I admire the unpluggedness of this young lady. I'd love to throw my phone the heck out and not know what's going on. Good for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad we know that she's not been abducted or nothing super bad. And
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And Gillette Police, the father I spoke to, and he was just very thankful because the police put everything. They were all in, the Gillette Police too, and they were working with Greeley and Denver. So it was just one of those situations but she's okay. So she has officially been removed.
Yeah, this is Gillette's Kelsey Johnson, 32-year-old, missing for 2 months, thought to be in Colorado, and that's where she was. Deputy Chief Brent Wasson of the Gillette Police Department said, yeah, she's okay.
She's okay.
Family's still wondering why, but at least we know.
The family, her father, obviously, he wants to see for himself. You hear that she definitely showed up. You hear she's okay. But that's hard for family members to accept without seeing. And I totally get that.
Yeah. All right. Well, get some rest, Jen, and try to adjust to regular life, how we all live it.
I can't do it.
I know.
It's so hard.
You just a taste of the rock star life. It's hard to go back.
I need to be famous now.
You need to go to Gillette and get spit on by farm animals to put you back in your place.
You're right. It's so true.
Thanks, Jen.
I'll see you Thursday.
Yeah, have a great Tuesday. That's Jen Coker on the show. Cowboy State Daily. She writes about missing persons. We had a missing person no longer missing. That's good news. And she just I guess, took a little trip to an alpaca farm where she didn't help too much, but she did watch the shearing process of alpacas. We'll be back with Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Show right after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure? I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Greg Johnson joins us. Renee Jean has a story about how POTUS may be softening its crackdown, its ICE crackdown on the agriculture industry. Trump has made rumblings about how he doesn't want to disrupt the food supply, and he realizes how necessary immigrants are, some perhaps undocumented folks are, picking grapes and cotton, whatever else they do. So can you believe it, though? Because it's hard to tell with Trump. He said some things. He still wants to crack. I think he just wants to round up the criminal element of illegals and not necessarily the hardworking farmer dude.
Yeah, I don't know. He just it's yeah, I just don't know a lot about it. I'm not.
I mean, who does? Even those close to Trump may not.
It's yeah. It seems that the crackdown is more in the big cities. So
it seems that way. Although, I mean, Renee's story, she does in the story say, despite that message, that narrative now coming out of Washington, D.C. from the White House, that there might be, sort of a look the other way kind of thing about agriculture, immigrants in agriculture industry, and could that be good for Wyoming? Mostly California would benefit, I would think, as far as that kind of stuff goes. But even in Renee's story, she admits that there's conflicting messages from the White House. Wyoming delegation, our senators and congresswomen are still talking about a hardline approach. Make no mistake, anybody in the country illegally is illegal. So it's conflicting messages, although I see national news, Reuters is reporting that Trump officials reverse guidance exempting farms hotels from immigration raids. So it does appear to be a softening in the tourism, hospitality industry, and in agriculture. It appears to be that way anyway. And how would that play in Wyoming, where we depend on tourism and the jobs created there and agriculture as well?
Yeah. Agriculture, though, most of our agriculture is more in ranching rather than growing.
Yeah.
So I don't know that the labor is the same for raising cows as it is for raising and harvesting crops. So
True. Maybe some beet farmer employment. I don't know. It's hard to say how much that will affect Wyoming, be good or bad. Wish I was at Chris Ledoux days. The 15th and final. Renee was there. Sounded like fun. Ned Ledoux playing the songs of his dad, and even the rain couldn't slow things down. 6,000 folks there, maybe in KC. That's a lot for KC. That's like triple their population.
Yeah. A lot of people showing up because they wanted to be at the last one.
Yeah. How do you get an assignment like that, Greg?
You be Renee.
Renee, go to Chris Ledoux days, eat, drink, dance, be merry, and tell us what happened. Yeah, she's got some cool photos, and I'm jealous. I want to be there. Ned Ledoux, rocking out. Played that song, that new duet with his dad. That must have been cool.
Yeah, I'm sure that was emotional for him.
Yeah. He did acknowledge the rain. He said Dad would have said, well, we need it. And it didn't seem to slow anybody down in KC, Wyoming. What else is going on? I think the Rockies won. They were winning last I saw.
They did win, yes.
What?
Yes.
Well, they're ruining.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, they're ruining everything, man. Yeah, they're getting the wins that my Yankees should be getting. They're on a 4-game skid. They look terrible.
Well, the biggest news is they're making Spaceballs 2.
Oh, I never saw the first one. Who's in it?
You never saw Spaceballs?
No, I have not.
Classic parody, Star Wars parody by Mel Brooks.
Well, see, I haven't seen Star Wars, so it wouldn't make sense to me. Is it kind of like Airplane, like silly comedy, like Airplane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It totally makes fun of Star Wars.
Yeah, I haven't seen Star Wars. It would be lost on me, but Spaceballs 2, huh? You know what Amanda Seyfried says about sequels? Just reading this in the news, by the way, today. You know Amanda Seyfried, the big-eyed actress? She's got huge eyes.
I don't know her.
She's kind of like the precursor to Sydney Sweeney. Like if those two were in the...
Don't know Sydney Sweeney either.
Good gracious, are you serious?
What's the biggest offense here, Jake? I don't know who Sydney Sweeney is, or you've never seen Star Wars. Come on.
I know. We both have holes in our... we both have blind spots. I have not seen Star Wars, and you don't know who Sydney Sweeney is. But you might be soaking in her bathwater. That's in the news. Amanda Seyfried said sequels are just for money, and they're frustrating to do. She's an actress. So, yeah, the sequels...
Well, if you've ever seen Spaceballs... And Mel Brooks makes a mention of it in there, although it's like 40 years ago, so I don't think they ever thought about making a sequel. But he made a joke in there. It's like that happens in Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. That was the name. I think that's what they should have named this one.
Yeah.
They should have named it Spaceballs 2: The Search for More Money. But the thing with Spaceballs was they got permission from George Lucas to do a parody of Star Wars and stuff. That Lucas he would do the special effects and stuff for it, his studio.
Oh.
But the caveat is that they couldn't do merchandise.
Oh, right, of course.
They couldn't do any merchandise. They didn't want Spaceballs figurines along with the Star Wars figurines and stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's probably somebody else's purview, the whole merch thing. It's probably Lucas has a part in it, but I bet he doesn't even have a definitive deciding vote on the merch. That's probably some company that's taken over that. But that's pretty nice of Lucas, whose film studio, his sound that stuff is legendary. I mean, he made inroads and all of that kind of stuff. But Spaceballs, I just did see mention of that and something about a popcorn box, but I wasn't terribly interested because I didn't see the first one, Spaceballs. Well, is it for real? Like they're making it? They're going to make it, or they're filming it now?
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to come out in 2027, from what I saw.
Wow. Well, yeah.
Rick Moranis was in the first one.
Okay, well,
he played Dark Helmet.
Darth
Vader. So he was short, and he had this humongous, like, comically oversized helmet.
Right. Well, maybe I should watch it. I probably do not need to have seen Star Wars to get a kick out of it.
No, you'd recognize the stuff in it. Mel Brooks plays the Yoda spoof character, Yogurt.
Mel Brooks is just a genius, though. He's funny.
Yeah. Mel Brooks is. He's the best at what he does.
Well, that's the news of the day then. You're right. Big news. I just saw Rick Moranis, a photo of him, and the story was he ages like fine wine. Like he doesn't look any older. So maybe that's good. He can fit right into the sequel.
Yeah. It'll be a drag though that John Candy's not around to be in it.
Oh, he's a great guy. Dang. Him and Chris Farley. Love those two guys. Funny as can be. Lost them too.
It would have been interesting to see them together in a movie.
Yeah. Can you imagine? Well, we'd probably be able to do that with AI. And once these geniuses figure out, these deep fake geniuses figure out, they could bring them back from the dead and we can have them in a movie, I'm sure.
Yeah, you could do one of those Tupac holograms or something.
Mm-hmm.
Put them out there. So if you haven't seen Star Wars, have you seen the James Bond movies?
Yeah, I've seen.
So who do you think is the best Bond?
Oh, I think the original dude. Who was that?
Sean Connery?
Yeah. I think Sean Connery's. Yeah. He really exemplifies. He's got the class, the UK reserved, this English reservedness, this British reservedness, yet he can be a badass. And he gets with the ladies. He's got the right approach. He's so suave. Although
he's Scottish.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Did you see the dude have you ever watched Peaky Blinders and the guy who's in that, Cillian Murphy? Cillian Murphy's he's got the lead role in the movie they just made in New Mexico about the dude who made the atomic bomb. What's that?
Oppenheimer.
Yeah, he played Oppenheimer. He's great actor. I saw an interview with him the other day, and the interviewer said, "So you're from England, And Killian, like, he is as Irish as it gets. And, you know, and he's like, no. and then twice he's like, but you're English. No, I am Irish. I am from Ireland. He goes, well, Northern England. And Murphy at this point is about ready to stand up and walk out. He's like, no, Ireland. Yeah, I didn't know. So he's Scottish. The original Bond.
I mean, there've been a lot of Bond. There's been like 6 people who played Bond.
Yeah, the latest dude, no.
Daniel Craig. A lot of people like him though.
A
lot of people like him a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I like Connery.
Yeah.
Roger Moore was okay.
Okay.
He was too dainty for he wasn't like tough enough.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I just couldn't. I don't know. He just wasn't tough enough. Didn't seem like a guy who could, you know, just take care of you.
Totally. He and Connery could both order the drink, his signature drink, perfectly and look good doing it and drinking it. But when it came down to a fist fight, I could see Connery, but not Roger Moore. If it came down to like a fist fight with a bad guy, he'd get his butt kicked. I know. Yeah. I agree.
Pierce Brosnan too. Yeah.
Yeah. Soft. And Daniel Craig's just been in too many. He does. I don't know. I don't like Daniel. The latest I heard from that franchise, by the way, is they seem to be jumping the shark. If you know that old adage. When it comes to running out of ideas, I heard the people behind the franchise were thinking about and they asked Daniel Craig about out of the box casting. Craig said, I'm not going to be Bond anymore, but why don't you think about someone of color, which, okay, you know, that could be a Bond, a black person or whatever, brown person. And then he said, or if you really want to get wacky, it could be a woman. And I'm like, no, 007. Let's not get too far off the reservation, Hollywood. Bond's not a woman. Holy cow. How's he going to get with all the babes he gets with? Well, you could do that too, I guess, in this day and age. You want to reinvent James Bond as a woman, 007.
A cyborg. To make it a Terminator. Oh. You know, the crossover right there.
Okay. Perhaps.
Yeah, everybody thinks though that the whole there's a theory that the whole jump the shark for the whole series happened a long time ago with like Moonraker, I think it was. That it was just too out there, just reaching too much on stuff.
Yeah. It's hard when you're in a series like that and to invent the next scenario because you've done them all. Like there has to be an evil guy, and the evil guy is, you know, back in the day was Russian because America feared Russia. You know, who plays the evil guy? How do you play him more evil than the last person? That's tough. You keep getting eviler and eviler. And what's his plot? It's almost always destroying the earth with, you know, some kind of bomb or a weapon. Like, where do you go from there? You run that story right out. And then, I don't know, every Bond, it's like, who plays the bad guy and can he play it better? And who plays the dish and can she play it hotter than the last one? It's tough. You're up against the wall with the whole Bond thing, but yeah. It's fun to talk about. But yeah, Connery was, I mean, he set the bar. Well, I'm glad Claire McFarlane got to do a story about lightning bugs or something lighter than the normal crimes and criminals and all these guys getting put away for murder. She gets to do something sort of fun. Claire McFarlane wrote this story about the photographer who went out to shoot lightning and ended up shooting lightning bugs. Kevin Palmer of Sheridan was out the other day taking photographs, trying to catch lightning in a bottle, and he got photographs of fireflies, which are pretty rare in Wyoming because they like it to be humid, which is pretty rare in Wyoming.
Yeah, it's a really cool photo, and
Mm-hmm.
with Claire writing it, it probably means those lightning bugs are probably breaking the law in some way.
They're right. They're facing 10 to 20 years and a possible $5,000 in fines for doing something wrong. Yeah, that was... Claire can write anything. We know that. But it was nice to see her get to write about something fun.
But it's interesting. I never thought about it before. But yeah, I've never seen a lightning bug or around in Wyoming.
Right. I have back east.
I mean, I guess they are kind of, but it's not like the bugs themselves are super rare, but it's pretty rare to actually see them just because, they don't like to light up, come around unless it's humid.
Claire talked to Douglas Smith, entomologist with UW, and he was pretty amazed at the sighting. He's heard of a habitat around Glen Rock that might support some fireflies, but he said it is pretty rare to see a firefly in Wyoming. I can't recall if I have or not, whether it was not here, somewhere else, or I don't remember. But photo evidence of fireflies up there around Sheridan the other day, which has gotten so much rain. I'm not surprised. It's wet up there. We're going to take a quick break. Greg, what's your story?
I got to take off, but
okay.
I'm glad. I can't believe you've never seen Star Wars.
Stop with the Spaceballs and the Star Wars.
By tomorrow morning, I want you to watch the entire franchise, all 9 movies.
Dude, I know all about it. Oh my God. Harrison Ford gets Leia, the braided princess. There's a little garbage can drone and some hairy Yeti and they fight.
You just described my family reunion.
Yeah, just the cast of oddballs, a cast of Spaceballs. Yeah, I know how it goes. I get it. I don't need to sit through the whole thing. All right.
So what, you read the Cliff Notes? Is that it?
Yeah, I read the Cliff Notes. I just saw, too, in the news that the original Star Wars, which was, 1977? Mm-hmm. They said if you watch that today without the studio enhancements, it looks awful, said one director, producer, or something. Like if you watch the actual original print, it doesn't hold up to today. So I'm not going to go watch some old movie from the 70s.
Well, but George Lucas can't stop messing with them, so you don't have to watch the old movie.
He's fixed
you can watch the
them all
remastered one.
Yeah.
I watched the old one, and back then in 77, for the time, it was great.
Well, the reason I almost watched Star Wars, and I've said this story before, I think, and even though my wife is within hearing distance, the original, when Star Wars came out, I went to the drive-in to watch it. For you kids who don't know what a drive-in theater is, that's like outside movies. I went to a drive-in to see it with my date, and we didn't see a lick of it. Well, just leave it at that. Yeah, so I heard Star Wars sort of, but not really. So, yeah.
That's a good excuse for not seeing it then.
Yeah. It just it takes me
see you later, Jake.
Backseat memories in a Chevy Nova. Thanks, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Tuesday. We'll be right back with more after this stuff.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state, There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Yeah, Star Wars, Spaceballs. It's all new to me. Who was the best Bond? I didn't plan on going in any of them directions that Greg Johnson brought us in. But okay. I planned on going in this direction. Renee Jean's story about the latest message out of the White House. President Trump may soften the ICE crackdown for two of Wyoming's top industries. The announcement made by the White House, how official is it? How official is anything that Trump declares, whether it's tariffs or whatever? I'm not trying to be hard on President Trump. I hear him say things and then I see other things, and it's tough to get a handle on what he's actually intending to do. But from what it seems like from President Trump and the White House, he's certainly wants to tighten the borders. He wants to deal with illegal immigration, especially when that becomes criminal. And, Ecuadorian gangs, he's not about that. And if you're in this nation illegally and doing crime, you're going to find yourself deported quickly. But if you're here keeping your head down, minding your own beeswax, and just sort of picking sugar beets, then maybe he'll turn a blind eye toward you. That's what it seems like. Trump may soften the crackdown on those that are undocumented but are working in the agriculture industry, agriculture laborers, and in the hospitality industry, hospitality, tourism, etc. He's making 2 carve-out exceptions, supposedly. And that message is not quite clear, but it does seem to be backed up and confirmed by a story from Reuters, who says U.S. reverses guidance, pausing ICE raids on farms, hotels, and restaurants. U.S. Department of Homeland Security on yesterday, told staff it was reversing guidance issued last week that agents were not to conduct raids on farms, hotels, and restaurants. So, let's take you to downtown Jackson, where the busboy, the dishwasher, somebody in the restaurant might be here on an extended J1. They might be here illegally, but don't expect ICE to be banging down the door to the kitchen. According to the latest from ICE and the latest from U.S. Department of Homeland Security, looks like Kristi Noem has said, hey, don't hassle the immigrant grape pickers in California. They pick grapes, right? I mean, isn't that the whole thing? Grapes of wrath, immigrants going picking grapes. So don't expect, a Mexican grape picker or a Bolivian busboy to be rounded up and arrested and deported. That's not the focus of ICE currently, according to the latest message. Renee Jean said that could play well for Wyoming. Maybe. It's hard to tell how many, it's hard to get a handle on how many undocumented laborers there are in Wyoming. I mean, it's not like they go answer surveys. But across the United States, an estimated half of 2 million agriculture laborers are thought to be undocumented. Half of the 2 million agriculture laborers across the U.S. are thought to be undocumented. For hospitality, national figures about 7.1% of those working in the hospitality industry, those who are making your bed in the hotel, somebody who's perhaps working in a kitchen, 7% estimated to be undocumented. How many of those are in Wyoming? Hard to say. Wenlin Liu is Wyoming's chief economist. He estimates the number could be as high as 4,800 in the state of Wyoming working, but here illegally. And in the story, by the way, Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak, our friend, the sheriff of Laramie County, he chimes in and he sees things in a unique way. He said he knows there are some undocumented workers out there, though it's not been a particular focus of immigration enforcement in the past. He said that, as long as they keep their noses clean, he's not terribly interested in doing anything about it. He said, I used to be a police chief in Avon, where Beaver Creek Ski Resort is in Colorado. And he said most of that workforce is undocumented. So there's no doubt about it. He said there has to be, this is Sheriff Kozak's talking in this story that Renee Jean wrote. Kozak said there has to be some system in place to allow people who are going to work in these fields to be quickly documented. And he said, I know the system is not fixed in that regard, but you have to have these people working in those places or those businesses are going to close. And he's talking about the essential role that illegals play in the workforce. Are they taking jobs from regular old Americans for the most part? Probably not. They're taking jobs that nobody wants. And if they weren't doing those jobs, are your restaurants going to close? Are your produce going to stop appearing on the shelf at the grocery store? Maybe. Could be significant. And acknowledging that President Trump apparently has reversed course a little bit on his policy towards ICE crackdown on agriculture industry and on hospitality service industry. Interesting news from Renee Jean that seems to mirror what we're seeing nationally, certainly. All right, well, that wraps up 1 hour on a Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues rolling along. We had a lot more to get to, special guests and all kinds of stuff happening today. Appreciate you spending your morning with us. Means a lot. We'll try to make it worth it for you. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Throwing out the California EV mandate was only the beginning for Wyoming's congressional delegation and fellow Republicans in the nation's capital. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that they hope to pass a bill that would strip the Golden State of the power it's had since 1967 to make auto emissions rules in the first place, rules that 17 other states have, over time, wholly or partly copied in favor of electric vehicles.
The Clean Air Act generally forbids states from making air quality rules, but California has had an exception since 1967. Here's why this is huge. California is a big state. The population, the car buying public has a lot of influence about the national car market because manufacturers build cars with California's large population in mind. All these rules point to the phase out of the internal combustion engine. All gasoline and diesel powered engines out the window if these regulations are allowed to stand. The oil companies are lined up against these rules and for this legislation advocated by Wyoming's members of Congress. This fight is nothing less than the entire future of auto manufacturing in the U.S. And with it, a large measure of the fortunes of the oil companies are at stake here.
Wyoming's lone House Representative, Harriet Hageman, called California's environmental mandates, quote, a direct threat to the practical realities of states like Wyoming. A 22-year-old man shot by an 85-year-old homeowner after Riverton police said he broke into a home last August pleaded no contest Thursday to unlawful entry. Jeremy Murta of Riverton made the plea Thursday in Fremont County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Murta was too intoxicated that night to remember enough to give an in-court confession required when pleading guilty.
So he went ahead and pleaded no contest on Thursday. I asked the top prosecutor of the county, Micah Wyatt, what this was about. And he indicated that if you can't remember what happened, you can't give a truthful confession. And we do know that Murta had been drinking all night and was uncoordinated, according to the homeowner who ultimately shot him.
Murta declined to comment on the case on Monday. His sentencing hearing is set for August 28th. Well, it was likely curiosity, not viciousness, that caused a German Shepherd to leap from its owner's vehicle and briefly chase a juvenile wolf in Yellowstone National Park on Friday. That's what a park tour guide told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, referring to an incident that was caught on camera and has drawn quite a bit of criticism on social media.
The person who got photos of that whole thing, he kind of stuck up for the dog owner. He said, to his understanding, what happened was apparently these newer vehicles, they have a safety feature, whereas if something is sticking out of a window and you go to roll it up, it will stop and then go back down. So this guy was pulling up on a wolf jam, saw what was going on, went to roll his window up, didn't realize his German Shepherd in the back seat still had its snout out the back window. So of course, unbeknownst to the driver, the window went back down. So the first chance the German Shepherd got, it jumped out of the car and went after the wolf, the photographer who also happens to be a retired park ranger. So he has lots of experience. He said it didn't seem as if the dog was trying to be vicious. The dog was more like, oh, hey, another big dog. Let's go see what that is.
The two canines apparently never made direct contact with each other and both emerged unscathed. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A Sheridan photographer went out to Clear Creek near Claremont on Saturday to shoot photos of lightning. Instead, Kevin Palmer spotted lightning bugs or fireflies in a northeastern corner of the state Saturday and told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that he took a long exposure photograph to prove it.
He shot this kind of exposure photo. And so I talked to entomologist Doug Smith of University of Wyoming, and he was like, "What? That's awesome." Smith said he has not seen any in Wyoming with his own eyes, but his fellow entomologists tell him that there's kind of a holdout community of lightning bugs in the Glen Rock area. It's a holdout community that he's heard of, but not seen.
Palmer shot about 400 photographs over the course of 38 minutes and stacked those images together to make a dusky wetland scene blotted with neon yellow-green tapers, and lightning flashed in the distance. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Taking a quick check of our Facebook comments section where I get a lot of feedback. Right now, it's, let's just say, not terribly constructive dialogue. If you folks can't stop fighting amongst yourselves, everybody's going to get kicked out of the pool. Nita, Robert, all the rest of you trolls. Oh, Nita Marie seems to be a robot. I'm going to have to monitor the comment room. Don Day will be here in a moment. We'll talk weather stuff. I don't have any tricky weather question for him today, but well, maybe we'll give him a little day off from that. I always try to catch him with some kind of crazy weather phenomena, and he always has the right answer. Always. That's just Don Day. The day weather forecaster. He's always right. The folks in Bar None are pushing back a little bit on nuclear reactors, micro-reactors. Bar None wants none when it comes to the spent fuel rods. Spent fuel that reactors, that's the one dark side, the one downside to nuclear energy is the radioactive waste lasts so long. When you're done, I mean, I don't pretend to be a scientist. Sometimes I might. But I know from nuclear power, even today, the, better, newer, higher tech nuclear power, no matter what you call it, in the end, there's always these spent fuel, right? When you're done reacting, when you're done with the uranium and having it react, however you do that, I don't think there's any burning involved, but there's some kind of reaction going on to make nuclear energy. And when it's done, when you're finished with it, you've got all this spent fuel rod. You got all this spent nuclear fuel. What do you do with it? You just bury it in Nevada, right? I mean, that's how the world handles their problems. Unless you're Japan, then you dump it in the ocean. Oops, accidentally. Unless you're Russia, you just have a meltdown. And Russia's so big, you can have a nuclear meltdown and just leave it there. Tell people not to go there. Don't go there. Where did they have that? Where was the Russian? I mean, it was Soviet Union back then, right? Russian nuclear meltdown. I just saw a scientist went back in there, and it's still Chernobyl disaster. Yeah, Chernobyl. You don't want to go anywhere around Chernobyl still. April 1986. April 26, 1986. Number 4 reactor of Chernobyl nuclear power plant located near Pripyat, Ukrainian SSR, Soviet Union. Oh, it's now Ukraine. Oh. Well, why does Russia want to invade Ukraine and get it back if it contains Chernobyl? Leave it to the Ukrainians to have it. Here, you go live there. 30 deaths. And the animals, I think in the years following Chernobyl, the deer grew 6 legs. No, I'm just making that part up. But it was not good. Let's just say that. So spent nuclear fuel is bad business, and you got to bury it underground, and then it stays for how long? Decades? We don't know. And that's exactly what Jennifer Hopkins says in this story. Jennifer sounds to me like the voice of truth. She's a bar none homemaker. She should be bar none mayor, because I like the way she thinks here. The story is from David Madison. Bar none residents are pushing back against storing spent nuclear fuel from microreactors. There's a proposition from Radiant Nuclear to build a micronuclear plant or plants, maybe more than one, in around the Bar None area. Well, the Bar None residents, not all of them, but a significant amount of them, are pushing back, saying, well, we're not sure. Microreactor might be the way of the future, it might be good for Wyoming, it might be a lot of positives, but what about the spent fuel? What are you going to do with it? And Radiant Nuclear says, we'll just bury it on site. And Bar None says, hold on. What is that going to look like? Are we going to have deer running around with 6 legs? Are we going to have trees grow upside down or something? Well, we don't know enough. Jennifer Hopkins says that. She's a bar none homemaker quoted in this story. Jennifer says, I've always been on the fence about it, as far as nuclear power and having that in your hometown, in your backyard. She says, I've been on the fence about it when it comes to the longevity. And what is it? What does it turn into, let's say, 50 years from now? And maybe how the laws change in Wyoming, and who are we selling it to as far as the nuclear power? Is it going to benefit just us locally? Jennifer wants to know. And how long does spent fuel rods last buried underground? And what is the danger there? And what if lawmakers 20 years from now change their mind about something? Then how do you get rid of it? She has questions. And so do I. Hopkins noted that while Radiant, the company proposing this, mentions creating 200 additional jobs with this micronuclear plant, she wonders how many of those jobs, those positions, would be initially filled by out-of-state workers. After all, the average dude in bar none probably doesn't know a lot about nuclear power. I'm sure their LinkedIn resume does not include, oh yeah, I used to work at a nuclear power plant. Probably not. So how many of the jobs generated by the micro-nuclear plant are going to be given to those locally? A lot of interesting things Jennifer Hopkins brings up. The central Wyoming town of Bar None and some state legislators are divided about a plan for Radiant Nuclear to build its micro-nuclear plants in the Bar None area. Energy startup company Radiant Nuclear is planning a comprehensive opinion poll in Bar None in order to gauge local support for their proposed facility. So that's good news. Radiant Nuclear accept that people have questions. They want to provide answers. They want to know what you're thinking. So they say this poll will be a more scientific understanding of exactly where people's sentiment is, says Ray Wirt. He's vice president of communications with Radiant. He said, we want to get a better idea of where people's sentiment is rather than just putting our finger up in the air and making a proclamation. So that's good news that I think the Radiant wants to know. They want to get the temperature of Bar None, so to speak. They had a forum in Bar None, one of 3 such meetings Radiant has held since March, where they tried to ascertain some feedback. For instance, in this story from David Madison of the Cowboy State Daily, it talks about some representatives, some lawmakers also, and where they're thinking. State Rep Bill Alleman, for instance, Republican out of Natrona, represents the Bar None area, and he believes his community firmly opposes the project. He predicts it'll face an uphill battle in the legislature. It's already failed on one front. Last year, Bill 186 was killed in committee, the Minerals Committee, by the way, due to lacking clarity, said Alamond. So he has his reservations. He thinks his constituents do not want a micronuclear plant there, and he thinks the concern is mainly what do you do with the spent fuel? He said, my people, they're worried about this. They don't like this. Alleman said it is not for Bar None because the people of Bar None do not want it. If the people of Bar None wanted it, I'd be 100% behind them, meaning Radiant. Meanwhile, he's not the only legislator. There's others who say, no, it might work here. Senator Brian Boner, Republican of Douglas, expressed optimism about finding a path forward, even though Senate File 186 failed. Boner said, I'd like to think so. I'd like to think that we take a different course of action than Senate Bill 186, perhaps making sure these types of projects are always underneath the Industrial Siting Council to make sure Wyoming has a greater role to play in regulation of these type of activities. Senator Ed Cooper, 10 Sleep, Republican, also co-sponsor of that Senate File 186, thinks the Gillette area, Bar None area, Natrona County area is an appropriate place for these micronuclear plants, and he's not worried about spent fuel. David Madison talked more about it with Wendy Core on the Cowboy State Daily. It sounded like this.
The central Wyoming town of Bar None and some state legislators are divided about a plan for Radiant Nuclear to build its micronuclear plants here. That's because the plan includes accepting and storing spent nuclear fuel from the company's reactors. Radiant officials got an earful about that Saturday during a public input meeting, and Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company is going to do a poll to gauge local support for its proposed facility.
There were some opponents that showed up at this meeting and were pretty vocal. There's also a lot of support for this among legislators. However, the legislator that actually represents Bar None believes that the community is steadfastly against this. Radiant announced that it's going to do a formal opinion poll to really, in their words, truly gauge the amount of public support or lack thereof. And so we'll see. It's just one little chapter, actually, in a really big unfolding story about nuclear in Wyoming.
Despite the opposition, Radiant continues to view Wyoming as its preferred location for manufacturing a new generation of microreactors.
Yeah, all right. Good story from David Madison. Check it out, the Cowboy State Daily. Let's get to the Zoom room. Welcome in, Don Day. Don, we were discussing earlier the best Bond, your favorite Bond. Connery, Roger Moore, the new dude. What's his name? Daniel somebody.
Well, I'll make it easy for you. I'm a Connery guy.
Yeah. That's been our consensus so far. First guy out of the box is usually the best. I mean, he makes the role. I mean, he makes the do. There wasn't a James Bond until Sean Connery was James Bond. Roger Moore seemed soft to us. We thought, like, it came down to a street fight, Roger Moore would get his butt kicked.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I thought Roger Moore did fine, but Connery just has that,
Yeah.
It's just like how much of was it easy for Connery to play that character, because a lot of that was him. I don't know.
Right. Sean Connery had the refinedness of a Brit, the reserved British demeanor. He could order a fancy drink, and he could also take that drink and smash it over your head if he had to. Like, he had it all, man. It was just a perfect blend. Just like you, Don, who, for a meteorologist, you're not going to take any of that sensationalized junk, those headlines of the Florida reporter who says he doesn't know if a hurricane's in his backyard now because he doesn't have the ability to track them. You're not going to buy that bunk. What a mixed bag we have in Wyoming. Some of us going to be sitting under sunshine and 70s, just beautiful, and others are going to be dealing with some rain, maybe even worse than rain.
Yeah, I mean, last night there was a lot of thunderstorm activity that happened last night and late yesterday afternoon. We don't normally get overnight thunderstorms, but they happen once or twice this summer. And we saw that Cheyenne had a big thunderstorm roll through around 2 a.m. We had some big thunderstorms. I mean, I got some photos of supercells up around the Sheridan, Gillette areas. We had some reports of hail. And today is going to be another active day in those eastern counties. More severe weather possible. You mentioned some parts of the state will be, have some sun. Yeah, the western side of the state is certainly kind of protected from this current pattern. But after today, Jake, we're just going to shift gears completely. Very warm, dry air out of the deserts gets pushed in. Right now, we just can't. The pattern doesn't allow that air to come in, but tomorrow it does. And between Wednesday through Saturday, it's summer. I mean, we're going to see the thunderstorms take 4 days off. We're going to have 80s and 90s out on the plains. The high mountain valleys will be 70s and lower 80s. Then we talked about that cold front coming Sunday and Monday. That's still on schedule. So we're going to have 4 days of sunny, dry, hot weather, followed by 2 or 3 days of much cooler weather.
Wow. Roller coaster. Okay. Well, it is June. June's, sort of like May in that way, which is sort of like April. Just gradually declining volatility in our weather till we get to July and then afternoon thunderstorms. So you always have something to do. That's what I'm saying, Dom.
Well, yeah. I mean, the system coming in late in the weekend and early next week is pretty darn strong.
Yeah.
And I do see that temperatures that we talked about only reaching the 60s in some areas. So literally, we could have areas hit the 90s Friday and Saturday, only be in the 60s by Sunday and Monday.
Oh, that is crazy. Well, that makes Wyoming exciting when it comes to weather.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, we gotta put on a show for the tourist.
Thanks, Don. Have a good Tuesday. Day weather forecast. We'll be right back with more in the Cowboy State Daily.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Kemmer, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats, or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here on a Tuesday. We're going to get all sciencey and math and stuff like that. Angela Williams joins the conversation, and we're going to talk about her latest book. How long's this been out? Not very long, Angela.
October of last year.
Okay. Rena, is that how you say it? Rena Robot?
Yes, Rena Robot.
I am excited for kids to get turned on to this. This book would be great for any... and there's Angela's holding it up right now. I'm taking a look at it on Amazon. Rena Robot uses her microscope to save the day. It's a kid's book, good for kids maybe 5 to 12 years old. And this subject material we just don't see enough of, I think, Angela. Let's talk about kids getting into math, science, especially girls. I mean, there's not enough girls in STEM. It's a lot to unpack right off the bat. Let me just throw that open-ended question at you. What was the inspiration to write this? To get more kids inspired with science. Science is cool.
Right. And it's hard to get children to realize that sometimes that's the topics of science, technology, and math can be intimidating, and it can lead children away from those careers. And this book is a fun way to introduce you to a microscope. And my hope is that when they read the book and see how funny it is and see how cool it is that the robot uses her microscope to help her plant friends, then maybe they'll ask for a microscope for Christmas, and then microscopes will become fun. And then as they grow, they'll learn all the wonderful ways to use a microscope and see how it can help them further their careers.
Brilliant. You're sort of tricking kids into getting into math and science, like showing them how fun it could be. Do you remember the first time you ever looked through a microscope? How old were you? A kid?
Probably in middle school.
And what did you think? You thought like, no, this can't be real. This world of little.
It seemed complicated and overwhelming sometimes, especially if you're trying to focus and you can't get it to focus. And just looking at microscopes, they seemed intimidating. And I think we've come a long way with simplifying microscopes and hooking them to your phone and hooking them to, and making it a little bit simpler. But it was intimidating to me. Definitely intimidating to me then.
Yeah. We're talking to Angela Williams. She authored this book, came out last fall, 2024. You can get it on Amazon, all over the place. Rena Robot uses her microscope to save the day. It's good for kids. It'll inspire them to think more about, ask more about science and math type of stuff. When you're in the classroom, Angela, like science, besides being intimidating for a kid who's, 7 years old, it's also boring. There's no connection to your life. You're like, how am I ever going to apply this in real life, math and all that stuff and science? Does this book help make that connection? Like, hey, this is something you can use.
Yes, it really does. And I'm glad you said that, because I think at every point in some of our lives, we say that about some class that we're bored in. And so many times the teachers do not take the time to say, look, this is how you're going to use it in this career or that career. So we're just left thinking that, okay, we just have to pass this class just so that we won't get in trouble or just so that we can get to the next grade. But definitely, yes, the microscope in my book is used by the robot to look at the leaves and the dirt. And so many times kids are outside playing. It's amazing how they play in dirt and play with insects and things like that outside, but they don't make that connection in the classroom that you can use those things, and that the overcome the fear of bugs in dirt and all the complicated things that go along with a microscope to further a career. So yes, that I'm glad you did mention that. That's an excellent point.
Now, tell me about yourself, Angela. I don't know anything about you. Normally, I can I can do internet stalking and find out a little bit about you. I don't know about you. Are you in Maryland? Let's start with that.
Yes, I'm in Maryland. Yes.
All right, good. We like Maryland. What is this your first book? How did you come to be an author? And I know, like, kids' books, that's hard to break into, to put out a kid's book. I think you did the illustrations yourself, but talk about how did you write this book? Like, how do you even do that?
As a matter of fact, when I was in middle school, I began writing poetry, and I never looked at it as I never really thought, okay, one day I'm going to be a poet. It was just a hobby. And so I kept writing and kept writing. And I think maybe I got back into writing when I had my daughter had my first grandchild. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna make a children's book for him. And I made like a simple ABC book and a book to help children read. And I did it myself. I published it myself on CreateSpace. And I didn't really have the money, and I didn't really focus on trying to promote it. So there were just these books that I had, to kind of help my grandson. But I had some time off to sit at home, and I was helping my cousin with her mom. She's elderly. And I began writing children's books again. And this time I actually wrote the book, and I cut out the pictures and did the illustrations myself. and I had the copyright done. And Dorrance Publishing, actually, they found the copyright. I guess that's what they do. They have someone who does that, and they called me and they were interested in my book. And I think part of the fact that they were interested is because it was a STEM book. And that's something that, that they wanted, we all want to try to gear children toward is science, technology, and math and understanding, and the fact that it was a robot. And that's pretty much a hot topic right now. So I combine all of those things that made the book fun and comical. And I even make a reference for adults my age back to, if you remember the Jetsons, the robot's grandmother is named Rosie J.
Yeah.
And so I just have fun with the book. And I said, okay, wow. I said, Dorrance Publishing likes my book. And so now I've actually been spending more time promoting the book, and I'm really having fun with it, and really trying to incorporate my grandchildren. Now that I have 2 grandchildren, trying to help them, learn to read and get interested in different things besides sports.
Yeah. That's nice that you have a ready test market there. You can test out any new stuff on grandkids. Smart move by Dorrance Publishing to find you and to realize that this is a hot topic now. I mean, we talk about AI and robots, and then we talk about how the U.S., how America has to get more involved in STEM and get kids inspired in STEM, science and technology and math. I mean, we're getting left behind by Japan, China, Russia. Everybody's really good at this kind of stuff. And our kids, they want to be, sports. That's fine. But yeah, getting kids inspired, showing them how these subjects can be fun and come to life. I'm so excited to read this book. Is it okay for me? I'm out of the age range, but I want to get it.
It's absolutely fine for you.
So any ideas about doing more? I mean, are you inspired to write another one? Keep going?
Yeah, I am. I'm working on the illustrations, as a matter of fact, for another Rena Robot book, the second Rena Robot book, where her grandmother, in the first book, her grandmother is coming to visit. And in this book, the upcoming book, she's actually going to be there visiting her. So, yeah.
Very cool. We're talking to Angela Williams, author of this book, good for kids, probably age 5 to 12, 30 pages, and it's Rena Robot solving a mystery when her plant disappears. She uses plant friends. She uses science to solve the mystery and brings you kids, you readers along. I hope it turns out okay. I don't want a spoiler alert, but is everything okay in the end?
Yes, it's a happy book. And she actually teaches us how to share, because her plant broke, and she was sad because she didn't have her stem and her leaves. So Rena cut off a piece of her plant and show her how to actually take potting soil and put a new plant in hers and start over. And it's really neat.
Do you have, it's hard to write. It's hard to communicate with a written word to an audience, a younger audience, to kids. So do you have a teaching background, or is this just from your life? It's just come naturally? You're able to get in the head of a kid.
I do have a teaching background. I was a substitute teacher for several years. And I did go back temporarily. I went for a short period. I didn't finish graduate school, but I went back to graduate school and took some teaching courses. And I think that definitely does help.
All right. If you have a kid that sometimes maybe antsy or bored in the classroom and is just going through the motions to pass the test, as Angela said, that's like every kid, we got to do this because the teacher says, and we have to know how to do this science so we can pass the test and go on to grade 3. No, man, this could be real life implication. This could open up a whole world to you, this book. If you have a kid age 5 to 12, this might be a good idea. Get on Amazon, look for it. It's Rena Robot, uses her microscope to save the day. That book came out last October. It's Angela Williams is the author. Great to have you on today, Angela.
Thank you so much for having me.
You bet. Have a great day.
You too.
Angela Williams joins the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back with more coming up right after these.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, big thank you to Angela for coming on. Angela Williams, author of that Rena Robot book. It looks really cool. And anything that gets kids reading, especially if that reading can inspire them to think science and math might be worthwhile, might be something fun and exciting rather than just numbers and boring. Bringing science to life and making math something more than just an arduous test problem. I like that. That's not easy to do, to make that, to inspire a kid in that direction. Good job, Angela Williams. I'm excited to read the book, even though I'm outside the age range, recommended age range 5 to 12. Angela says it's okay. I'm allowed to read that book. Jackie Dorothy will be getting on with us in a moment to talk about her latest story of the Cowboy State Daily. A little piece of history that you might be excited to learn. In fact, let's get to Jackie, get to that right away as we move into the Zoom room and welcome into the conversation Jackie Dorothy. Jackie, what are you doing?
I am parking.
Oh, all right. Careful.
There we go. I'm good.
Your
I'm at
hair.
the Hot Spring State Park this morning, and it's beautiful.
Oh, nice. You know who you might run into there? This is crazy. Your hair, by the way, is so long. Is that the longest it's ever been?
I used to sit on it when I was a kid.
Oh,
So.
wow. Okay. You know who you might see there? Let me look at my notes because I wasn't planning on saying this. Do you watch on TV? I think it's Netflix. Do you watch Reacher? You know, Jack Reacher, the Reacher.
Yes. I haven't watched that series in particular, but I love the Reacher series.
Yeah, the Reacher series. So there's the movies, and I think that little short guy plays Reacher, which is hardly believable. Reacher is supposed to be like this big Marine, like big. Tom Cruise plays, I think, the Reacher in the movies. In the TV series, I forget who played. My wife can't take her eyes off him and all his muscles. But there is a character on the series called Neagley. And Neagley is Reacher's, like, the only person in Reacher's life he trusts. Like he used to serve with her, and now in Reacher's later life, when he gets in a bind, he calls on Neagley, who's a woman and played by Maria Sten, and she's a former Miss Denmark. She is really tall, beautiful. Famous actress, former Miss Denmark, Neagley. In fact, she's so popular on the TV show Netflix Reacher that she's going to star in her own spinoff called Neagley, which is cool. But she's like a famous Hollywood actor from Denmark and loves to spend time in Wyoming. If you follow her Instagram in Wyoming, she's taking photos, and she goes to the hot springs in Thermop. The last post I saw from her, she's soaking in the hot springs and hot springs where you are.
Well, I tell you what, it's a beautiful place to soak. That's for sure. I actually was at the bathhouse yesterday when a thunderstorm rolled in. Ooh. So I think I was the first one out. Everybody else is like, they were doing this weird thing. They were sitting in the water, holding up their hands. And I couldn't quite understand it. And I overheard them saying that it was an emergency thing, that you're supposed to hold your hands out of the water when you're sitting in water, in a body of water in a thunderstorm. I'm sitting there thinking, if that's what you're thinking, it's time to get out.
Yeah. If you're contemplating the best line of defense against being struck by lightning in a body of water, it's time to get. Maybe you should reassess.
Sitting in the hot tub for 15 more minutes. I'm like, I'm done. I'm getting out. It's starting to rain. By the time I was done, it was hailing. I had a son at the baseball field. I was like, okay, I count me out.
Jackie, that doesn't sound right to raise your hand like you're creating somewhere for the lightning to hit.
That's what I was wondering. So I really was going to look it up because it was the most bizarre thing to look over there, and they're holding their hands up.
Don't learn from your fellow man, because we've seen, yeah, I don't like that, Jackie. All right, let's talk about your story about an outlaw. How many Wyoming outlaws have there been that if you got to know them, they're a kind of nice guy?
It sounds like that's what really makes our outlaws really unique.
Yeah.
Is there is over 100 of them that were part of the Hole in the Wall gang. And then what's really cool is that there's the Pinkerton files on our outlaws.
Oh, wow.
Yes, who would have thought? But the Pinkertons were on the tail of all these outlaws, and they had a file on Walt Putney. I was fascinated by Walt Putney because I didn't know who he was. I had never heard of this guy. You always heard about Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid. But when you start really looking at who was actually famous, who was well known, it was these guys, Walt Putney, Tom O'Day. They're the ones that were in the newspaper. Those are the ones that were your neighbors. And they were just cheerful guys, young cowboys. And instead of going and pulling pranks, they pulled bank heists, I guess.
Walt Putney.
Yes, he broke the law. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But in his Pinkerton files, it said he's reformed and started a ranch up at Lost Cabin. and that's where all the outlaws fled. I mean, there's so many layers to this guy.
Yeah, including his not so humble beginnings. I mean, he's practically French royalty. He traces family bloodlines go back to France, and he was born to a pretty well-off family in rural Kansas in 1870. But man, he must have wanted to come west, huh?
He did. It was so funny too, because when you dig into the family records, I think they knew that he might be dealing with a little bit of shady stuff, but they told everybody back home at Kansas he's in the cattle business.
They don't say how he came by those cows. Yeah.
No, not at all. But yeah, and that's what's interesting, because you think about a lot of our outlaws and these cowboys, and you're thinking that they're poor orphans, but they're not. They come from such variety of walk of life. Walt Putney, his nickname, by the way, I loved it, Wat the Watcher.
Yeah.
Because he was the lookout for the Hole in the Wall gang. Him and Tom O'Day, Tom Peeps O'Day.
So we're sharing a photo from this story. I'm looking at a photo from the story. You got to check it out on the Cowboy State Daily to see is this like a for real photo? 1897 of the sheriff, and he's leading Kid Curry, Sundance Kid, and Walt Putney in a...
Hey, honestly want to find the original photo of this. This was, I believe it was Harvey Logan's cousin, was the one that has this photo, and I found it on the internet. I was looking at it, all the dates align, everything, and there you have it. It's a blurry picture, but how fascinating.
That is so cool. It's just so cool to learn of all these guys. Now, go back to the Pinkerton file. For folks who don't know, the Pinkerton Detective Agency was, that's who you hired when you were the Union Pacific, the UP, and your train got robbed. You go get the Pinkertons. They were the best. What was the deal with this file they had on Wyoming outlaws?
So they had an outlaw on Butch Cassidy, Walt Putney, and several others. I can send you the link. I found a book that this guy, and he did a whole chapter about the Pinkertons going after the Hole in the Wall gang.
Oh.
And so they had all these people that I didn't recognize, and they had their file pictures. They had details about them. Now, I guess I will have to confess that my own history is interesting, because my great-grandfather ran around with the Hole in the Wall gang. He knew Butch Cassidy and everything. So Frank Miller was part of this loose bit of, and he was a Quaker that ran away from home because they were too strict.
Oh, yeah.
Again, another unique story.
Interesting. And you're all mixed up in this. It's all in your bloodline, Jackie.
It is. That's what makes it fun.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think what I really like about it is Wyoming's history is really relatively young. I mean, when I was thinking about it, it's like, this is my dad's grandpa. It's not a great, 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 and you lose the greats. It's actually right there in living memory of people that are still around, that remember hearing about these people.
Yeah, I mean, we're a relatively young state, and it wasn't that long ago, you're right, in history, that things were the Wild West in Wyoming. It wasn't like yesteryears, it was yesterday. It was not long ago. So cool.
It is. And what's really fun is that when you post stories like this and people start saying, hey, I have this. If you looked in the comments, someone has a token from his cowboy bar. And it's really cool to hear everyone's stories and start to piece together little details like that.
It's one big positive of the internet, isn't it, Jackie? When you post a story and then you're able to see a comment when someone will say, that was my uncle's dad, and I have this in the attic. That is so neat to watch it come to life.
It really is. And that's, again, why I think Wyoming history is so fascinating. There's so much that we can still uncover. Still stories to retell, too, from other points of views. And it's still available to us because there were people out there collecting these stories while it was happening.
All right. Well, enjoy your day. Keep an eye out for Reacher or his friend. And
Looking.
if you see any storm clouds coming, get out the water.
Great.
All right. Have a
All
great
right.
day.
Thanks, Jake.
Jackie Dorothy of the Cowboy State Daily up there in the Hot Springs. All right. Where am I in the show? I'm lost track of everything I'm doing. We've taken both our breaks, so yeah, why don't I dig right into this day in history, because I have I anticipate a full morning. We got a lot going on, so if I don't do it now, it may never get done. This day in history, 1579. Man, we're going way back for this one. Francis Drake anchors in a harbor just north of present-day San Francisco, California, and claims the territory for Queen Elizabeth I. Hence explaining the media's fascination with British royal weddings. Really? So I guess the English discovered California this day, 1579, and said, this is ours. And by the way, England, you can have it back if you want it. California, that is. 1849, United States flag raised at Fort Laramie for the first time. It's now a military post. 1866, Colonel Henry Carrington's column left Fort Laramie, started up the Bozeman Trail. The command would arrive at Fort Reno, which is the other end of the Bozeman Trail from Fort Laramie, on June 28th. So it took this unit, how many days is that? If today is June 17th and they got to Fort Reno on June 28th, an 11-day trip up the Bozeman Trail. In fact, on this day, a year later, 1876, on the Bozeman Trail, the Sioux and Cheyenne blocked the northern advance of General Crook's command, operating out of Fort Fetterman. That Bozeman Trail, the Bloody Bozeman, was, a source of a lot of violence back in the 1860s and 70s and 1880s even. This day, 1904, Harry Hudson and John Henderlight fought at their sheep camp in the Bighorns. Hudson killed Henderlight. Hudson would later claim self-defense and say Henderlight came at him with a knife. He was arrested, but finally let go due to lack of evidence. Henderlight was buried right there on site. It was all part of course, the sheep wars, cattlemen against sheepmen in the early 1900s. Harry Hudson killed John Henderlight, 1904 this day. 1913, on this day, U.S. Marines set sail from San Diego to protect American interest in Mexico. On this day in 1918, huge evening thunderstorms washed out railroad bridges in central Wyoming. The hardest hit was that area between Powder River and Waltman. 1921, more Mother Nature. Lightning strikes ignited several oil tanks owned by Midwest Oil Company right outside of Casper. The result was a fire that burned for 60 hours, consumed more than 500,000 gallons of oil. It was a major disaster at the time. Lightning caused oil fires in 1921 outside of Casper on this day. This day, 1944, it was a Saturday stateside tragedy when a B-24 piloted by Richard Zorn of Connecticut crashed on top of Casper Mountain, just south of Casper, at about midnight, killing all on board. 1957, this day, the Buffalo Bill Museum in Cody is dedicated, June 17th. 1957, all these things happen on this day in history. We got a rodeo, but we don't have time to rodeo, so I'll have to hold that for later. Our Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen, we'll hang on to that. We also have to get to Game and Fish, and they're their newsletter news, which I can tell you this from Game and Fish. Wyoming Game and Fish is reporting a new tiger trout record broken for the third consecutive year. And a big congrats to Shelby Holder of Kemmer. He's the new record holder. On June 6th, he reeled in a 14-pound, 15.2-ounce fish. It was caught in the Hams Fork near Kemmer. I didn't think the Hams Fork had anything that big in it. Hams Fork is not super deep, maybe in a few places, but I'm looking at a photo of this fish. It is gigantic. Holder shattered the previous record set just last year by Jackson Crawl of Kemmer. He caught a 12.77 pounder, so this 14 pounder, make that one look like a little shrimp. The year before that, in the Viva Naughton in 2023, Owen Shad caught a state record 11.9-pound tiger trout. So for 3 consecutive years, these tiger trout just getting bigger and bigger. And Shelby Holder is caught the latest record-setting tiger trout. Way to go, Shelby. It looks like a heck of a fish. We got to get a break for the top of the hour. It's a Cowboy State Daily Radio Network on a Tuesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 2 of Wyoming's top 3 industries, agriculture and hospitality, have long had national reputations for relying on undocumented workers. Just how many undocumented workers are in Wyoming's agriculture and tourism hospitality industries isn't something the state has been tracking. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean. But she says Wyoming's chief economist estimates that the number could be as high as 4,800.
I talked with Chris Brown with the Travel and Hospitality Coalition. He says they're not waiting for executive orders from President Trump. They are taking a proactive stance now, making sure that businesses know how to access those programs that allow them to bring migrants here legally. I think the agriculture associations, by and large, have really worked with their members to teach them how to use those H-2A visa programs to bring in people legally. But again, if half of agriculture workers are foreign migrant workers who are undocumented, then we could still have a pretty significant contingent here in Wyoming.
Across the U.S., half of 2 million agriculture laborers are estimated to be undocumented. For hospitality, the national figure is 7.1%. The central Wyoming town of Bar None and some state legislators are divided about a plan for Radiant Nuclear to build its micronuclear plants here. That's because the plan includes accepting and storing spent nuclear fuel from the company's reactors. Radiant officials got an earful about that Saturday during a public input meeting, and Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company is going to do a poll to gauge local support for its proposed facility.
There were some opponents that showed up at this meeting and were pretty vocal. There's also a lot of support for this among legislators. However, the legislator that actually represents Bar None believes that the community is steadfastly against this. Radiant announced that it's going to do a formal opinion poll to really, in their words, truly gauge the amount of public support or lack thereof.
Despite the opposition, Radiant continues to view Wyoming as its preferred location for manufacturing a new generation of microreactors. Kyle Hamilton counts himself as extremely lucky after he plowed into a deer while riding his motorcycle near Hewlett, but managed to keep the bike upright and on the road. But it wasn't just luck. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that skill and riding experience played a key part, as evidenced by a jaw-clenching video caught by a camera mounted on his friend's motorcycle.
His buddy had a road camera, a dash cam, mounted on his motorcycle right behind this guy, and it shows the very moment where he plows into a white-tailed deer right outside of Hewlett there, going about 55 miles an hour in his Harley. He manages to keep the bike on the road and keeps it from going over or flipping. Just a crazy, crazy thing that they managed to catch that on video. And both men came through uninjured.
As brutal as the impact was, Hamilton said it could have been worse because it was a straight-on hit that made it easier to recover from than a sideways hit would have been. And he's thankful that the deer was a small doe instead of a huge buck. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The 15th and last Chris Ledoux Days drew a record crowd of 4,000 to 6,000 people to KC on Saturday. The annual event has honored one of the West's most legendary cowboys, world champion bareback rider, country music star, and a fierce advocate for the cowboy way of life, Chris Ledoux. And Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that many waited an hour in the rain to hear Chris Ledoux's son Ned sing.
They were all happy to be in KC to hear Ned Ledoux sing some of his dad's songs and some of his own songs too. And he did do his duet, One Hand in the Rigging. I felt a little misty-eyed, and I think he was too when he introduced the song. And they had this on Father's Day, and that wasn't an accident. That was part of a plan, a fitting tribute to their favorite dad and a favorite son of KC, Wyoming.
The end of Chris Ledoux Days marks the end of an era for his many fans across America who are still buying his records and singing his songs. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues into the Zoom room, into the discussion. Onto the show is one for real hot shot. She does more before 9 o'clock than most of us will do all day, let's just say. Actually, there's no time when you're fighting a fire. Wildland firefighters, man, 24/7. You're like 14 days on, 2 off. That it is brutal. I don't know who signs up to do this kind of stuff, but Kelly Ramsey did, and she broke the glass ceiling. This is a male-dominated world, as you can imagine. Fighting fires with a hotshot crew, an elite hotshot crew, by the way, and she did it for 1 year and then came back for more, and she wrote about it. And we learned more about Kelly, I think, than we learn about wildfires in this memoir, which drops today, by the way. Right, Kelly? Congrats.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me on.
Your book comes out this day, Wildfire Days, a woman, a hotshot crew, and the burning American West. I'm so excited. This is the day it is out. And by the way, in a couple of days, you'll be at a book signing, I think, locally. I just saw that. You're going to be hanging out with some folks at Copperfield's Books in Santa Rosa. on Thursday night. If you're in the area, anybody watching, listening. So, Kelly, I don't know where to start because I have a feeling I really want to read this book. I wish I would have read the advanced copy because from what I see of reviewers, it is a lot about you and your life and how fire pertains to life. Like fire burns, but fire creates. Fire does a lot of stuff. What did you learn about fighting fires that maybe had nothing to do with fighting fires?
Oh man. Well, I learned that you will be tested through fighting fires and through just sort of the culture of being on a hotshot crew. You'll be tested as much mentally as you are physically. So I had trained and trained, for 6 months through the off season, and then we come on in May and train for a month together, hiking with heavy weight, running, calisthenics, weight training, sprints, push-ups, pull-ups. I had done all of that, and I had sort of mentally prepared, it's going to be so physically hard. So when it was physically hard, I, struggled, but I wasn't surprised. But what surprised me was sort of the cumulative fatigue of fighting fires and being with these 20 people all the time. And you love them, but you also, you just all get worn down. And I had no idea how mental the job would be.
I could imagine that, right? You can prepare a certain amount of, yes, carrying weight. How much weight are you? Like, would you say you're packing when you're, like, you got
So the
your,
minimum is 45 pounds. That's the absolute minimum.
ooh,
And then most people are carrying either a chainsaw or some extra water or fuel. So most people are carrying like 65, 70 regularly. And then if you have to pack something extra, they need like a giant canister of fuel for a burn they're doing, you might be packing 90 or 100 pounds.
we're talking to Kelly Ramsey, who back in 2021 was with Smith River Hot Shots. She was on the McCash fire in California. But in both your years, were you don't know where you're going to be assigned when you're a part of this Hot Shot unit. Would you fighting fires in California both times?
Well, so hotshot crews are federal crews, usually Forest Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Department of the Interior. And as such, we can be sent anywhere. So, yeah, primarily once fires really started happening in Northern California, we would kind of get like stuck, so to speak, in Northern California because there was just so much fire to fight right where we are. But you can be sent anywhere in the country. So we went to Arizona both years I was on the crew, 2020 and 2021. And then, other years the crew has gone to Alaska, sometimes to Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and a few times to Canada as well.
Canada's got a bunch going right now. Wyoming just had its first fire start of the season pretty early with the horse fire. So, yeah, we might be calling for a hotshot cruise. So tell us about why did you get interested, before we talk about the book and what's in that and why you're an author, which is perfectly natural. I mean, you studied poetry, you studied fiction writing, at university. So I see that coming. But what made you have a quote here saying when most people see the fire and see the smoke, they're running away. You wanted to run to it. It had an allure for you. Really?
Yeah, I was just fascinated. So I was already working for the Forest Service as a wilderness ranger on the Klamath National Forest. And I lived in a government barracks with a bunch of women who fought wildfires. So I had seen them coming and going from fires and, smelling like smoke, covered in ash and filth. And they just seemed really strong and they seemed really excited about the job. So that was part of what got me interested, was like looking at these women and being like, oh, women can do this and they seem so empowered by it. Sorry if you hear my baby in the background.
No problem.
Okay. She's crying. Um, And the other part of it was that, I lived in a very fire prone community. So I started to see a lot of fire and the whole sort of like pseudo military operation of fire suppression. And I got really interested in, what fire does on the landscape and how can we prevent it? How can we, in some cases, work with it? In some cases, fight it? And so, yeah, the more I saw a fire, the more fascinated I became. And I was like, I want to try this. Which, trying it by starting on a hotshot crew is a bit of a crazy decision. Wouldn't necessarily recommend starting there, but
That is
I didn't exactly know. And I was
that
just
is
like, let's do it.
literally jumping right into the fire. I mean, what a way to start. When now, just I know there's a lot to take in for people who don't know what wildfire fighters do, and especially hotshot crews that are often like right front line stuff. You're often in there early, but it has much less to do with throwing water on fires than it does with walking around with a drip torch and a Pulaski. Explain what you're doing when you're fighting fires, what you might be doing day to day.
Absolutely. So the two main tasks that hotshot crews do are digging fire line and, as you said, burning. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to create a break in the fuels that are feeding the fire, a break in the vegetation. So sawyers, these crews with chainsaws, like they're usually sets of pairs, a sawyer and a swamper who picks up whatever they've cut. These pairs, these saw teams will move through a section of forest and they remove all the trees and brush and cut all of that down and move it to the side. So you have this kind of big corridor, like a 20 or 30-foot corridor where there aren't trees and brush. And then the dig, this group of people, usually maybe 10 people, with various hand tools. So yeah, Pulaski's, something we fondly call a chingadera. Sometimes they have McLeods. We didn't really use those, but like other things that are kind of like hose. They come along with those tools and clear out down to bare dirt. And it's usually about a 2-foot wide, what we call a scrape. So the idea is the fire's coming along, it hits this break, this corridor where there aren't trees and brush, and it slows down. And then the fire's creeping along the surface in just kind of the surface litter and whatever's on the ground. And then it hits this dirt line and stops, theoretically. But if you have sort of more extreme fire conditions where the fire is just going to blow through, then you also want to burn off that line. So then we would go intentionally with drip torches and other firing devices and light the forest on fire intentionally, burning back toward the main fire to deprive it of fuel. Those are the two main activities.
This stuff, I mean, besides being challenging work, mind-numbing work, punishing, brutal physical and mental toll it takes, this is mostly a man's game. Tell me, in the book, do you describe what it's like to fit into this crew? These are your brothers and your sisters. How did they accept you? How long did it take? And what did, how'd that work?
Yeah, it took a few months, I would say, to feel fully comfortable there. A lot of people were nice from the start and friendly, but there was this sort of awkwardness, this discomfort, because the crew hadn't had a woman in about 10 years. So I was the first in a long time. I was the only one my first year. So they kind of just like froze up when I was nearby. They're not being unkind, but they were like, not comfortable, not sure how to navigate me in the space. And then also, I struggled a bit with the hiking and the digging. A lot of parts of it I struggled with at first. So I had to really hustle. And I trained extra, after work, I trained extra on the weekends. I had to really push to get faster and stronger and show that I was capable of doing the job and being an equal. And as I did that, the more I pushed myself and offered to carry whatever heavy thing needed carrying, they gradually, grew to respect me for that. And then, you build relationships too. So you start talking to people as you're riding in the buggy to the fire line or as you're digging and, ask people about themselves. So over time, both through building those friendships and through earning their respect, it got to where, yeah, they felt like my brothers. It felt comfortable. I didn't think that much about my gender by the end of that first season. But it was like a very slow process to get there.
The whole gender roles erased when you proved you could do the job, except for the peeing behind a tree. The nature, that's when you separate the men from the boys and the women, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of difficulty finding a place to pee, and I had to really educate them at first because, we'd be driving to a fire. They'd pull over in the middle of the desert, just a pullout that was gravel, and there's just open desert, and
Right.
everyone gets out to pee, and I'm like, there's nowhere I can pee here. Like,
Yeah.
I really need to go as well, and I cannot go here. Yeah, so I had to be like, okay, here's what I need. I had to literally spell it out. I need a bush of these dimensions. I need a drainage, even like a little gully I could scramble down. I can do that. A tree I can do if it's this big. Yeah.
I can't imagine those stories to tell. They'd be fun in themselves in the book, but I think the book is more about what it was like for a woman to join a hotshot crew and fight fires. What is it? What is the landscape now in the American West? Are we always going to burn? I'm sure these all things are all in there. I'm interested to learn what you learned, Kelly, about yourself. Kelly Ramsey, you said, this was a huge experience. You learned not only how to fight fires, but how to apply this in your life. I'm sure it made you one confident son of a gun by the time you were done. What was your life like going in, and what did you learn from fighting fires?
Oh man. Well, yeah, I definitely gained a lot of strength from the experience. It was one of those experiences where you're like, if I could do this, I could do anything. And for me, I think going into it, I maybe was a little bit lost in certain ways. Like I had gone to school for writing a long time ago when I was in my early 20s, and then I had drifted around doing all kinds of things. I founded a nonprofit at one point on an island. I lived in Texas. I taught writing. I waited tables. I bartended. Like so many different sort of lives and careers. And the whole time I wanted to be a writer, didn't really believe in myself that I could make it happen. And so it's interesting because after fighting fire for 2 years, I was like, well, now I know I can do anything. I can do things that are scary and hard. And I have this story I really want to tell. I've done this job that's absolutely extraordinary that most people don't understand. So now the challenge is to like finally write my book, right? Like I need to do the thing that I've been scared to do and putting off. So I feel like paradoxically, fire brought me full circle.
Yeah.
After I had fought fire, I was like, well, now I should do the other things that I've been meaning to do with my life and kind of like man up, so to speak, and like
Yeah.
do it.
It's a quote of yours. It wasn't fire that was hard. It was ordinary life. So I'm sure there was a lot of applications like fire to your life. And then I love this line that's, I don't know if it's on the book jacket or what, but it gives me an idea that a poet wrote this book and a firefighter wrote this book. Which fires do you fight and which fires do you let burn? And let burn you clean. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
I'm excited to learn more about. Oh, I had one more question about just having a hotshot crew person on. In Wyoming, where I'm like a lot of people fascinated with fighting fire and how do you do it and how tough is it and what is it like being in there. I've talked to a lot of incident commanders on big type 1 fires, and they all have the presentations to the public and the maps and where the perimeter lines are. How much do you know as the grunt on the ground? How much are you aware of the field general and his maps and like understanding what's going on? Like, what's that ridge? How much do you learn about the terrain you're in? Like, there's this lake here, there's that mountain, there's this valley, and we're trying to protect this. Like, are you aware of?
Usually, yeah. So, our superintendent, the head of the crew, will go to a briefing in the morning and get a sense of, the overall operations of the fire. But we all have maps. So I would have, like in an app in my phone, I'd have a map of the fire showing, the previous day's infrared flight will like determine the exact boundaries of the fire. So showing the infrared of the edge of the fire, and then you can see what division you're on. I mean, usually we are really narrowly focused on what is our assignment, what is happening on our division, but we will be given an overview of, the fire's doing this on the west side, this is what's happening in the south, and here's where we are. Yeah, we're trying to protect this community. We're trying to burn off this road. So, yeah, we usually have some sense, but we do tend to then really kind of blinders and focus on our task once it's time to get to work.
There's so many reasons to buy this book today. It's out today. There's so many reasons why you might want to read this book. Wildfire Days, a woman, a hotshot crew in the burning American West. You can learn more about just wildfires in general. What do you do? How do you prevent them? What can we possibly do to prevent them? How do you fight them? You can learn about a woman in a man's world and doing that kind of thing and applying all these things about fire to your life. And I think that part's interesting. I love this review from one person who said, nobody's captured the violent dualities of wildfire, its destruction, its visceral, almost inexplicable allure, quite like Kelly Ramsey has in Wildfire Days. This book is captivating. A detailed exploration of culture in fighting fire in the American West. I'm excited about reading this book, man. And so are you doing the whole book tour thing? What is it like being an author? Is this fun? Probably easier than figuring out where on the ground you want to sleep for a couple hours.
Yeah, it's just totally different challenges. The challenges are more mental. Did I respond to that email?
Yeah.
What time was that interview? It's completely different. But yeah, I'm doing the tour of down the California coast and then a few places in Oregon, and then I'll go to Texas because I lived there for a long time. So tour on some level. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, yeah, thanks for being on. That is so cool.
Thank you so much for having me.
Our great pleasure. Much respect to you for the hotshot stuff and for being an author. Both those are not easy jobs.
Thanks so much. Yeah.
Thanks for being on. Have a great Tuesday.
Thank you too.
Hey, get that book. It's out right now. That's author Kelly Ramsey. And the book is Wildfire Days, a woman, a hotshot crew in the burning American West. Just dropped today. Get it on Amazon. We'll be back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show right after this quick break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into
saw her. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. That means it's Kevin Meyer joining us from Mans Creek operation, colt starter, horse trainer, cowboy, making sense of the world out of Douglas, Wyoming. Douglas, you guys you're going to be getting rain today.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you, the next time you talk to Don Day, could you ask him if I sent it to him, he could sign my hail helmet?
No, you got some of that?
Yeah, luckily he gave us a little bit of forewarning on your show yesterday, and so I went and got it out, and yeah, we had marble-sized hail for about 15 minutes.
Ooh, he did say, he said that exact thing. You want to break out your hail helmet if you're, 15 minutes of hail. So, what does that do for your ranch critters? What does the average horse rancher do when it hails?
Well, luckily for us, we have sheds built for everything, so everything can get in under a roof. Now, they don't necessarily like the noise on that tin roof, I don't believe, but it is a little bit better than being out in the middle of a pasture where all they can do is turn their tail to the wind and tuck it down and just take it.
Yeah, that's not fun. That does remind me of something I wasn't going to ask, but we'll go right to it. As someone who's experienced with horses, and you've been on many different ranches, many places where horses are, you always see some horses who get the concept of protection, whether it's a windbreak or a break for, a way to get out of snow or rain. And some figure it out and choose to use it. And some either don't figure it out or just say, that's not for me. There's always horses like that, right? Are they just wilder than others that they won't go in a shed?
Boy, Jake, I tell you what, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd be on this Zoom call from my yacht. But I just think that's what it is some of them, they just have a mental quirk. Some of them are tougher than others, I guess. But I've always wondered that myself, is they have protection right there, and they'll stand out in the middle of the pasture while they're getting snowed on or hailed on or whatever it is. And you just wonder what happened in their childhood.
Yeah, right? You just can't figure them out. And there's probably some well-meaning, in your remote ranch where you are, I don't know. You've got drive-by looky-loos, but on some places I can imagine, a well-meaning tourist to say, that poor horse, he's out there in the rain. That rancher's so hard on him, and you can't explain to them. It's like the person who sees the dog in your car on a hot day, and you're only gone for like 1 minute, and sorry, the horse won't go in. He's got horse blankets. He won't wear those either.
Yeah, and bless all those kind-hearted people who really care about the care of animals and not understanding there's only so much that you can do for one. And, like I've always said, when someone will say, aren't you worried about your horses out here in this storm? And I say, no, because they have a winter coat on.
Yeah, always. Hey, I see you got tons of Facebook friends. I was checking out your Facebook site. Lots of Facebook friends, way more than I do. And you're friends with, I don't know if this is Savannah's mom, but you've got friends with a Schwenke.
Oh, Tiffany Schwenke?
Yeah. Is that Savannah, her girl?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I saw her. She's in high school rodeo. I saw her doing some rodeo. She's got a brother who rides rough stock.
Yeah, that is a family. It's actually her maiden name was Camblin. Tiffany's maiden name was Camblin, and Tut Camblin. He's been raising horses for a long, long time up there in Campbell County. Raises some really good, tough ranching, roping type horses, and he's been awful sick here lately. So we've all had our thoughts and prayers with him.
Yeah.
He's been going through some issues, but yeah, great family. And yeah, I've known them for a long time, and I've known them kids since they were getting carried around in a bassinet. And it's cool to see how they are doing in the rodeo now. And Tiffany's husband, their dad, he's one of those guys that, you know, the old saying, there's not a horse that can't be rode, and there's not a cowboy that can't be throwed. Well, he might be just about as close as anything I've ever seen, at least just in the ranching community, as a guy that it takes a pretty special horse to get him off.
He can fork them, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Well, Savannah's, she's a little firecracker. She might be a roper one of these days. Watch out. I think I saw her breakaway roping.
Well, I know if she gets into that roping deal, she's going to be well mounted.
Yeah. So, what else did do you know this family that was in a story, Cowboy State Daily? Jen Coker was hanging around with these alpaca ranchers, and they were doing some shearing. That's all taking place in the Gillette area.
No, I don't know that family, but that sounds like that could be pretty entertaining, trying to shear an alpaca.
You never tried to do that? What about sheep? Have you ever had to tend after sheep?
Yeah, I've had a few sheep and raised some when I was in 4-H and FFA, and then when I was a little kid, my dad told me always know how to shear sheep and shoe horses, and then that way you'll never go hungry.
Yeah.
However, I will say that I've kept that mainly a secret until now about the shearing sheep part, but it's been so long since I've done one that I'm pretty sure that you could hire quite a few people ahead of me that would get the job done better and faster.
Yeah, you always know. Kevin leaves his signature mark on a sheep. You can tell he was the one that sheared it. You're like, what happened to that poor thing?
Yeah. Not sure if someone sheared a sheep or skinned a deer.
He got in the wrong end of something, man. Well, that's a Kevin Meyer special. Well, tending, I mean, that's God's work, tending after sheep, being a shepherd or being a cowboy. What stock is dumber if you're trying to keep either of those two alive?
Well, and that is always the joke, is that a sheep was born looking for a place to die. But in the defense of a sheep, I will say this. If you really want to become a good stockman, you go learn how to herd sheep, because you can't force a group of sheep to go anywhere. You can, it's not pretty and it's not fun, but you can eventually force cattle to go wherever you want them to go. But with sheep, you have to herd them. You can't force them to go anywhere, and you really have to move them as a unit, because they don't ever want to be apart from each other. And so that's the thing that I've learned over my life, and watching my cattle dogs has really been interesting, because you put my dogs on a cow and they'll be pretty aggressive, and they got quite a bit of bite to them, at least by border collie standards. You get them around sheep and they change their tactics. They just instinctively know, and it's all about eyes and position.
Yeah. Isn't that great? And I was going to mention that because that's where you'll notice the difference between, bunching, moving, herding, whether it's a cow or a sheep. And the difference is the approach and the species of dog usually And you do want, something a little more aggressive for cows. You kind of move them in a more muscular, physical, aggressive manner. Sheep have to be convinced it's their idea, and that's where the Border Collie excels. It's the mind meld created where he plants the seed of, don't you want to be over there?
Yeah. I'm gonna stay over here and stare at you until you're so uncomfortable that you want to go somewhere else.
Right. It's the same. Yep. It's that same stare you'll get from a Border Collie when the food bowl's been empty for too long. Just don't you want to go get the kibble? Yeah. Okay. Good idea. I'll just pass this along because I know you've been bothered by it there on the ranch. Justin Bieber has admitted his anger issues. He's broken and his life is going off the rails. Are you terribly concerned with the singer Justin Bieber? Poor guy.
Well, you know what? I'm going to surprise you here. I actually do have some empathy for him. Anybody who gets to that level of fame and fortune at that age, I don't know how old he was when he really got big. He couldn't have been, what,
He was
13, 14?
Yeah, super young. Yep.
I was still trying to learn how to tie shoes when I was that age and finally gave up and decided to wear cowboy boots the rest of my life. So I actually have a lot of empathy for him, and I know it's easy to say, well, I'm sorry he's depressed, but at least he has all the money. Well, that doesn't really change anything. And so I do feel bad for him because he had all of that success. And to this day, he can't go anywhere, can't do anything. He is constantly under a microscope. And I don't think that's a very fun way to live.
Yeah, there are disadvantages to coming up that way. When you're too famous too fast, you would know a little bit. You are famous in a Wyoming kind of way. Like I could go anywhere in Wyoming and somehow somebody knows you or knows someone who knows you. But
the funny thing about that, it is a very localized fame, and that's mainly because everybody in Wyoming knows each other some way. Three degrees off. However, I have reached a little bit of notoriety. Thanks to my friend Tim Cox and thanks to another friend, Aaron Ralston, who put me on his TV show there for a while. And my daughter was about 6, and we were walking around the state fair, and we kept getting stopped by people. And finally, she looked up at me and she said, "Papa, is there anybody in this world you don't know?"
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Well, there's a lot of them I don't know, but they know me, sweetheart."
Yeah. Well,
but I will tell you this, Jake. If anyone ever gives you the choice between rich and famous, choose rich.
I would like to try that out.
At least for a day or two.
Like to try that on for size, the whole rich thing. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Happy belated Father's Day to you. How's my favorite football player?
He's doing good. We got to spend some time there, and I had some colts for him to ride, and so we did that. But he's doing good. He's ramping up. He's starting to get some recruiting letters and emails and some interest like that. So hopefully something will come of that. But yeah, he's, as much as he loves summer, he's ticking down the days for when we get going on that. And I believe you and your Jackson Bronx are coming down here this year, aren't you?
Are we? I haven't looked that far ahead. Go Bearcats. I have not looked that far ahead. Boy, that's such a long trip. I dread the drive, but I love the game. Douglas, Jackson, that'll be a good game.
It's funny listening to other states, their high school football teams. A real long trip for one of their games is about 2 hours.
Yeah, I know.
And the shortest trip in Wyoming is 2 hours, maybe 3.
Yeah. Well, I'll look forward to that. We got a few new players you haven't seen that could make it interesting, but We'll see.
Well, good, but I guess we're getting ahead of ourselves. We got a lot going on here for the rest of the summer. We've got 4th of July and fairs and haying season. Of course, they're starting to hay around here, which the weather has really been helpful with. The double-edged sword of we got enough moisture to grow hay, but now it keeps raining, so we can't get it cut and put up. Of course, you guys up in Jackson, you don't have to worry about that till what, about the 27th of August?
Yeah, our first cut comes late August. Yeah, first and only cut. Yeah. Yeah, man. Actually, we got better weather than you today. We'll be 76 and sunny, not a drop of rain. All right, I gotta clear the room. We got actually a Jackson guest coming in. Yeah. So have a great Tuesday.
Hey, you too, and have a great week, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, Kevin Meyer.
Keep that helmet handy.
Hail helmet. I'll be ready. Kevin Meyer, Cowboy State Daily Show, making horse sense of the world out of Douglas, Wyoming. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get Teresa Lawrence into the discussion, and you'll see why. Never mind the hail hat. Get your butterfly wings out. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake welcoming into the Zoom room and the discussion. It's Teresa Lawrence. That's M. Teresa Lawrence. The M stands for mystical, magical, magnificent, any of the above. Teresa, thanks for being on today.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. What a pleasure.
So we're going to talk butterflies. So we're going to give wings to a couple of different efforts. Should we start with Trueness Project and what's that about, or should we start with Guinness Book of Records? And we're
they're all sort of interconnected. We've got butterflies, we've got Trueness Project, and Guinness Book of World Records. They all merge into a magical, mystical experience at Davy Jackson Field on Saturday, June 28th. 10-1. The Guinness Book of World Records will be there. And we are hosting the largest gathering of people dressed as butterflies. And it is to promote world peace, transformation, which is the symbol of the butterfly, and the Trueness Project, because the Trueness Project teaches transformational leadership around the world. And the symbol for the nonprofit is the butterfly. So anytime somebody sees a butterfly, I want them to think of the Trueness Project, and I could think of no better way of getting that name out there than to have a Guinness Book of World Record event that's global. It's not just in Jackson, but it's global.
I'm surprised there was a record for it. Now, you had to find that out, right? Did you looked it up?
I did, and they're very precise. It's 367 butterflies. It was done by an elementary school, I believe, in New Jersey. And the Guinness Book of World Records has very strict requirements. So arms, chest, and legs must match. So I'm asking everybody who shows up to show up in long underwear, or to give me the opportunity to share long underwear just for the event. We're going to give out butterfly wings and antennas, and we're going to make history together in Jackson.
We're doing this June 28th in Jackson, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, let's talk about last year's, the documentary. I'm excited for you. This thing hits the big screen June 21st, 30-minute documentary about last year's event, selected as part of the Marina Del Rey Film Festival. And yeah, what was that like?
Okay, well, I leave tomorrow for the festival.
Yeah.
But so the creation of the documentary, it was the coolest thing, because I had this vision, and I teach leadership. So it's all about having a goal and just going for it. Even though you don't know how you're going to get that goal, you're just going to take small steps to get there. So when I set this goal of doing the record, and I imagined it in my mind, and it was a global event. And since we teach leadership in Kenya and Nepal, it just spread. And everywhere we went, we had a camera team with us taking videos. And then it all got merged together. And I was like, we're going to teach people about the Trueness Project, about butterflies, and the Guinness Book of World Records. Those three go together. And we broke it down to 30 minutes. It's raw because it's us, and I did the editing. But it's beautiful because it really does tell the story. And they picked it for the festival. And so opening night is June 19th, and we'll be there, obviously, with a camera team. In fact, Alicia Unger from Todo TV en Español will be there. She's one of our sponsors in Jackson, and we're going to have a great time.
So tell me, that's exciting. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot why butterflies factor in. We'll get back to a butterfly in a moment, but tell me about the Trueness Project, what you're doing there. That's your executive director. You're like the mastermind behind Trueness Project, global mission to bring hope and change. And it starts, I think, with giving people back their power. You choose your destiny. You have the power of that. How do you tap that, Teresa Lawrence? What's the message of the Trueness Project?
That if we want world peace, we have to find our inner peace. And the way we do that is by living our true, authentic lives. And, for me, it started after COVID when everybody passed. And I was just like, what am I doing? I haven't done anything that I've ever wanted to do. I've always been doing things for other people. And I want young people to realize that at an early age, because if we do that, we're going to have happy employees, and we're going to have such great productivity. Can you imagine if everybody loved what they were doing and just went for it? I mean, the world would be a different place. And so the Trueness Project teaches leadership around the world. We do books, leadership books with schools in different places. In fact, well, people can't see it, but we did one in Kenya with a top girls' school. And it is my goal to spread truth and authenticity around the world, and to build a whole new generation of leaders that lead through authentic truth. So that's what we do. And we're very good at it.
Yeah. And so that's your thing. The leadership. How do you make leaders out of someone else? Now, there is one aspect to butterfly that's maybe a little negative, and that's the butterfly effect. We think of the movie, we think of the idea that you're in your lot in life because of something that happened previous and something that happened previous to that. And it's the butterfly effect that's made you what you are today. But I think your message for people is you're about empowerment. Own your own story, master your own destiny. How do we start doing that?
Okay, so the butterfly effect can go both ways. So we are who we are in the moment. And since my nonprofit is all about storytelling, you are the story that you are telling yourself in that moment. And for me, I was a Cuban immigrant who didn't belong here, who wanted to hide. And even though I was smart as all get out and still am, I didn't want anybody to know who I was and what I was doing because I didn't belong here, right? And the truth is that was a story. And I believe that every person belongs in every room. Every story deserves to be heard. And you need to empower yourself to know that you own that story. So if you are a victim, and I mean that because if you perceive of yourself as not being in your power, you're not in your power. The minute you start talking to yourself in an empowering way and loving yourself, because the way you treat yourself, that's the way other people are going to treat you. And so you have experiences in life that just go, boom. Okay, why is this happening? What story am I telling? What am I sending out into the world? And it's not a negative. It's just information for you to open up. And the butterfly effect works both ways. If one person changes their life and does their mission, their happiness, it reverberates out. It gives permission to somebody else to live their truth. So I don't want people living their parents' truth or the church's truth or the community's truth. Be happy to yourself, and we're going to have a great world.
Creating positive vibes like this for the whole world. That's how we're going to bring about change, how we'll bring about hope. I like that idea. But we're going to do it with something absolutely goofy, outside the box, maybe outside your comfort zone. A Guinness World Book of Records dressed like butterflies. Are you kidding? June 28th, Davy Jackson Elementary.
Yes, from 10 to 1, and people can register at butterflymarch.com.
Butterflymarch.com.
Oh, and for everybody listening, if you use code MONARCH, all uppercase, the day of the event, it'll be free.
Excellent. Super secret.
Super secret for everyone listening.
Just
code
for
MONARCH, uppercase.
Just
secret
for listening.
Stuff here. I'm just spreading the goodness.
All right. Well, a little inside tip. You didn't, just for our listeners, Monarch and you'll be able to get in the inside club for free. I love butterflies. They just symbolize to me. And we hear about how, they're not doing so well. Some populations of butterflies and their migration. So I'm all about it.
This year, for the first year in Mexico, the monarch butterfly population expanded.
Good.
But, so we give out pollinator packs during the event, and we're releasing 500 native butterflies at the event. It's going to be beautiful. The kids loved it last year.
Nice.
We're going to have bubble machines and a DJ, and it's just going to be a fabulous time. I encourage everybody, it's such a family event, to come out and join us. There are very few opportunities where you can dance in reverie, dressed as a butterfly, in long underwear with complete strangers.
Yep.
It doesn't get any better than this, people.
An opportunity like that does not happen every day. That is for sure. This is June 28th in Jackson, Davy Jackson Elementary, the field out there where they play soccer every Sunday. We're going to do butterfly thing. It's all part of the big effort, Trueness Project, and Teresa Lawrence joining the show. Thank you, Teresa. Have a great day. Have fun at the film festival. Get this new venture on film as well. Make sure somebody videos it. Let's get it documented. All right.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Have a great day. That's Teresa Lawrence. She's executive director of the Trueness Project. Find out more about that online and find out about June 28th, where we're going to set a Guinness World Book of Records in Jackson. Everybody going to be dressed like butterflies. Can't wait. That's going to be fun. I'll be there. That's my hometown. That's my neck of the woods right here in Jackson. I'll be there. Well, what else we got going on here? I think I still have not quite left me enough time to do my rodeo show, my rodeo report. Darn it. Because I do want to get to that. How about this? For just kookiness, we go from butterflies to glass beads. Astronauts who have been to the moon, and I think there's like a dozen people who have stepped on the surface of the moon, right? I think 14. I should look that up. How many people have set foot on the moon? I think it's 14. I'll ask Siri. How many people have been on the moon? 12. So I was right. Yeah, a dozen. A dozen people have been on the moon. All astronauts from the United States associated with Apollo missions between 1969 and 1972. And you know what they've said, from Neil Armstrong to Eugene Cernan? You know what they've all said? The moon, besides the moon's not made of cheese. It's made of glass beads. The moon dust, astronauts say, is got what looks like orange glass beads. How did brilliant orange glass beads get scattered across the moon's surface? Scientists say it's perfectly natural. It has to do with volcanic activity billions of years ago, 3.3 to 3.6 billion years ago. Volcanic activity on the moon created these grass-like beads. So weird. And of course, with the moon, there's no wind, there's no nothing, so the beads just stay there and stay there and stay there. Fascinating stuff. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Throwing out the California EV mandate was only the beginning for Wyoming's congressional delegation and fellow Republicans in the nation's capital. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that they hope to pass a bill that would strip the Golden State of the power it's had since 1967 to make auto emissions rules in the first place, rules that 17 other states have, over time, wholly or partly copied in favor of electric vehicles.
The Clean Air Act generally forbids states from making air quality rules, but California has had an exception since 1967. Here's why this is huge. California is a big state. The population, the car buying public, has a lot of influence about the national car market because manufacturers build cars with California's large population in mind. All these rules point to the phase out of the internal combustion engine. All gasoline and diesel powered engines out the window if these regulations are allowed to stand. The oil companies are lined up against these rules and for this legislation advocated by Wyoming's members of Congress. This fight is nothing less than the entire future of auto manufacturing in the U.S. And with it, a large measure of the fortunes of the oil companies are at stake here.
Wyoming's lone House representative, Harriet Hageman, called California's environmental mandates, quote, a direct threat to the practical realities of states like Wyoming. A 22-year-old man shot by an 85-year-old homeowner after Riverton police said he broke into a home last August pleaded no contest Thursday to unlawful entry. Jeremy Murta of Riverton made the plea Thursday in Fremont County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Murta was too intoxicated that night to remember enough to give an in-court confession required when pleading guilty.
So he went ahead and pleaded no contest on Thursday. I asked the top prosecutor of the county, Micah Wyatt, what this was about. And he indicated that if you can't remember what happened, you can't give a truthful confession. And we do know that Murta had been drinking all night and was uncoordinated, according to the homeowner who ultimately shot him.
Murta declined to comment on the case on Monday. His sentencing hearing is set for August 28th. Well, it was likely curiosity, not viciousness, that caused a German Shepherd to leap from its owner's vehicle and briefly chase a juvenile wolf in Yellowstone National Park on Friday. That's what a park tour guide told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, referring to an incident that was caught on camera and has drawn quite a bit of criticism on social media.
The person who got photos of that whole thing, he kind of stuck up for the dog owner. He said, to his understanding, what happened was apparently these newer vehicles, they have a safety feature, whereas if something is sticking out of a window and you go to roll it up, it will stop and then go back down. So this guy was pulling up on a wolf jam, saw what was going on, went to roll his window up, didn't realize the German Shepherd in the back seat still had its snout out the back window. So of course, unbeknownst to the driver, the window went back down. So the first chance the German Shepherd got, it jumped out of the car and went after the wolf, the photographer who also happens to be a retired park ranger. So he has lots of experience. He said it didn't seem as if the dog was trying to be vicious. The dog was more like, oh, hey, another big dog. Let's go see what that is.
The two canines apparently never made direct contact with each other, and both emerged unscathed. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A Sheridan photographer went out to Clear Creek near Claremont on Saturday to shoot photos of lightning. Instead, Kevin Palmer spotted lightning bugs or fireflies in a northeastern corner of the state Saturday and told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that he took a long exposure photograph to prove it.
He shot this kind of exposure photo. And so I talked to entomologist Doug Smith of University of Wyoming, and he was like, what? That's awesome. Smith said he has not seen any in Wyoming with his own eyes, but his fellow entomologists tell him that there's kind of a holdout community of lightning bugs in the Glen Rock area. It's a holdout community that he's heard of, but not seen.
Palmer shot about 400 photographs over the course of 38 minutes and stacked those images together to make a dusky wetland scene blotted with neon yellow-green tapers, and lightning flashed in the distance. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake on a Tuesday. And finishing up the thoughts of the man on the moon, or the glass beads on the moon. It wasn't until now, today, year 2025, that we know what those shiny orange glass bead looking things on the moon's surface are. Can you imagine back in 1969 when we set foot on the moon in the Hollywood studio backlot there in California? How many people still think we haven't been on the moon, really? Is that what you think? Let me know. 307-999-TALK. 307-999-TALK. That's 8255. Shoot me a text. Tell me if you think we've been on the moon. There's a significant amount of people that think we have faked going to the moon. They're not all flat earthers. There are some that still believes the world is not round. And some think we have not been to the moon, that it was all staged in order to beat Russia to the moon. The great space race. Russia was trying to get into outer space. U.S. was trying to get into outer space. It was sort of probably back at that time, it was probably good relief, good tension relief. You had the U.S. of A., most powerful nation in the world, and you had the Soviet Union swaggering around like they thought they were the most powerful nation on earth. And we probably were coming close to blows there, you know what I mean? Like the Red Scare, McCarthyism. We were Cold War. We were coming close to blows, close to throwing nukes at each other. But instead, we had basically a peeing contest, if you know what I mean. Instead of saying who's tougher, who's got more tanks, who's got more missiles, we said who can pee farther, who can get to the moon faster. And the U.S. won that space race. U.S. sent astronauts to the moon. And when what's-his-face set foot on the moon and said, this is one giant step for man, what did he say? Small step for man, giant step for mankind. I wonder, he had to have practiced that line. That is the greatest line of all time. Was that had to be written for him? There's no way an astronaut thought to say that in the moment. That's impossible. Was it Neil Armstrong who said that? Neil Armstrong. So when he sets foot onto the moon with that great line, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, whatever the quote is, something like that. That's genius quote. And now I have to know whether that really was, what is the belief that he just made that up on the spot? Or was he prepared to say, did anyone ever ask him? And was it Neil Armstrong? I'm thinking it was Neil who said that, right? This is all assuming we've actually been to the moon. And it wasn't, that wasn't the greatest line delivered by somebody in Hollywood. Neil Armstrong, or was it Buzz Aldrin? One of the dudes didn't even get out of the ship. He never got to go. Can you imagine going all that way, training and being an astronaut, going all the way to the moon and surviving, and then not getting to go on the moon because you had to go babysit the stupid rocket? Oh, that would suck. Neil Armstrong quote. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. The quote was spoken as he took his first step on the moon, July 20th, 1969. The quote is widely known. Some debate whether he actually said for a man, one small step for a man or for man. Either way, it's a great quote. But what is the story behind the quote? I'd be really surprised if that his own quote, his own thinking, his own, because it's so, I mean, that's the quote of a writer. And whether he had rehearsed that to say it or whether he just thought of it. No way he just thought of it. This guy's stepping onto another planet. And he had the eloquence to deliver that quote? But I guess let's take it at face value. Anyway, so Neil Armstrong says the famous quote, "One small step for man." And he steps on the moon, he hears a crinkle. And he's like, what the? And he notices like the surface of the moon is kind of orangey and looks and feels like glass. So the next quote from Neil Armstrong after the famous quote is, I think I'm standing on, I'm walking on glass. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells, Houston. And Houston responds, no doubt, with, well, scoop some of it up and bring it back, and we'll test it. Because Neil Armstrong and every astronaut after him, all 11 of them, 12 in total, all reported saying the surface has like orange glass in it. No. Bring some of that back, says Houston Control. And they did. And back in the 60s and 70s, we did not have the sophistication to analyze what exactly these orange glass beads were. And now we know. Researchers have finally been able to peer inside the beads using advanced microscopic techniques that did not exist during the Apollo era. And we find these glass beads are made by volcanic activity, tiny, brilliant orange glass beads scattered across the landscape like microscopic gems. The beads, each smaller than a grain of sand, give off an orange brilliance, are actually ancient time capsules from when the moon was volcanically active billions of years ago. About 3.5 billion years ago. And the reason they're still there is because whatever you put on the moon stays on the moon. Like exactly how you put it, including, the U.S. flag, footsteps, anything else. There's no weather with no atmosphere to slow them down or weather them or erode them. These tiny glass spheres have remained pristine for over 3 billion years. Wow. It took 50 years for laboratories and science to catch up with the technology needed to find out that these were little glass beads caused by volcanic activity on the moon. Now you know. Amazing. Neil Armstrong was walking on glass. The second lesser-known quote after his one small step for man. I feel like I'm walking on glass. I feel like I broke. Mazel tov. Did I just break a glass? I'm glad I got these big moon boots on because I'm walking on glass. Fascinating. All right, well, we're going to change from that to this. These tourist doofuses who sat on a priceless Van Gogh chair and broke it. This story via Euronews. There is a somewhat famous, I won't say it's really famous because I've never heard of it, but there's a museum in Italy, the Palazzo Maffei Museum, that features what's known as the Van Gogh chair. And it was made by a famous Italian artist, Nicola Bola. And it's covered in hundreds of Swarovski crystals. Priceless chair. It's a piece of art. It really is. That's why it's in a museum. And it's a fragile sculpture of a chair. It's called the Van Gogh chair, covered in crystals, and looks really cool and artistic. But it's not a chair for sitting, you doofuses. Closed caption television showed two tourists believed to be a man and woman. I mean, well, yeah, they are a man and woman, believed to be husband and wife. She quite sensibly takes a photograph, a selfie, or has her husband, whoever the guy is, take a photograph of her as she pretends to sit on the chair. Now, watching the video, they're alone in the museum, by the way. This is not the Louvre. There's nobody there. This is an off day. And this museum in Verona, Italy, I think it's Verona, right? The Palazzo Maffi. It must not be a super popular museum. And this is not like one of the great works of art, this piece. I mean, it's known, but it's not the Mona Lisa. So they're the only ones there. This occurred in April, kind of an off month. And during the video, you can see the woman's like, oh, take a picture of me. I'm pretending to sit in the chair. And it's obvious they're behind this barrier. So you're not supposed to even be anywhere near that chair, not that close. And she pretends to sit in it. He takes a picture. Now he said, you take a picture of me, hon, and I'll pretend to sit in the chair. Only he doesn't pretend. He actually puts his butt down in it, and it breaks. The Palazzo Maffi art director, Vanessa Carlin, said, this is a nightmare for any museum. Of course, it was an accident, but these two people left without speaking to us. That is not an accident. And in the video, you can see them running off. Once he sat in it and it broke, they both started taking off. The Van Gogh chair, named in tribute, obviously, to Vincent van Gogh's iconic 1888 painting of a wooden seat, is deceptively fragile, said the museum's curator. It appears sturdy, but it's simply a work of art. You're not supposed to sit in it. These had to be American tourists. Had to be. I'm looking at them. And oops. This guy just flat out sit, and he just flattens it like, oh, he broke it good. Yeah, they had to be Americans. There, no international tourist I can think of. No country would have two tourists like this. Great story from Clara McFarland about the photographer who was looking for a photograph, trying to shoot a photograph of lightning, which is very elusive to capture. If you ever seen a perfectly timed photograph of lightning actually hitting something, it's incredible. And you just luck into those. I don't think there's any way you can know. But I've seen some great photographs of, a lightning fork just hitting something like a tree and lighting it up. And you capture it at just the right moment. So this photographer, he was out there near Clearmont, Wyoming, right outside of Sheridan, right? Kevin Palmer of Sheridan went out to Clear Creek near Clearmont, Wyoming in his 4Runner on Saturday. He was hoping to catch photos of lightning. But he got something even better and even rarer. As he's out there, he notices some streaking little lights in the sky, and he's like, I know what those are. Those are fireflies. Luminescent beetles. Palmer is actually from Illinois, so he's seen them before. Most Wyomingites have never seen a firefly, not in the wild. Lightning bugs just are not a Wyoming thing. It doesn't get humid enough here. It doesn't get warm enough, for one thing, not at night. night it really cools off. You need a warm night for the fireflies to do their thing, to be so induced to light up. And Wyoming's dry, prone to drought, and kind of chilly. Not many muggy nights. So what Palmer was able to shoot was truly fantastic, and he started snapping away. He said the bugs were blinking about every 5 seconds, and he was snapping photos faster than that. Click, 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 400 in all. And over the course of 38 minutes, he kind of stacked his images together. I don't know what that means. It must be a photographer's term. He stacked them together and did kind of like a time lapse, time release, and it looks really cool, a photo. Check it out. In the Cowboy State Daily, Claire McFarland's story, photographer wanted to shoot lightning. He found rarely seen lightning bugs instead. That's the story, and it's really a work of art, Kevin Palmer. Hope nobody sits on it. Yeah, it's really neat. The way he's stacked the photos, so you see the fireflies and you see the lightning bugs. And by the way, Claire McFarland didn't stop there. I mean, that would have been cool enough. Photographer hopes to capture lightning, actually captures lightning bugs. That's a fun story. Claire went and talked to Douglas Smith. He's an entomologist at University of Wyoming. Entomologist, fancy word for bug guy. He knows all about bugs. And he saw the photos and he heard the news and he said, that's awesome. He said, Wyoming is full of wonders. He didn't think there were fireflies in that area. He said he had heard. He's never seen any himself, but he has heard there are lightning bugs in the Glen Rock area on occasion, I think he said. But certainly, to see them, pretty rare. And then the entomologist goes and explains how fireflies work, how lightning bugs work, what makes them luminescent. And it's pretty neat. They're mating, of course. They're trying to attract each other, and they'll flicker their bodies in some way. But yeah, that is pretty interesting story and a surprise for Douglas Smith, the entomologist, and certainly a surprise to the photographer, Kevin Palmer, who managed to capture a rare event in Wyoming. We just don't have lightning bugs. Who knew? Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/act now.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Into the discussion, Renee Jean. Renee, my apologies. I'm looking at my calendar of who my guests are, and your time slot was empty, and I suspect nefarious activity by someone who has access to the calendar. I'm not the only one, so.
Oh, I see.
Somebody probably did not want you to appear today.
I thought we had something special going there, Jay.
We did. We do. I don't know how it happened. Honestly, it's stupid. Let's blame it on computers. I don't know. Because of all days to talk to you, we need to talk to you today. You've got so much out there that gives us food for thought. So many different variety of stories. Let's start with President Trump. The new word out of the White House is sort of a softening of the ICE approach, immigration approach toward those hardworking illegals in the country legally, but working in the agriculture field, the grape pickers, and working in hospitality. Maybe your busboy, dishwasher. If you're gainfully employed and working and not committing crimes and bringing in fentanyl, it looks like President Trump is willing to say, all right, you're not really our target. What does it feel like? Is that kind of the general idea of?
Well, it's hard to say, Jake. His comments didn't come with any specifics. He said we may have an executive order coming out on that. He didn't say we will have. And later in the day, his comments sort of swung back to the other extreme, back to immigrants have stolen Americans' jobs. We need to get the criminals out of here, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know that the comments mean there will be a softening. But I did think it was interesting in talking with people in Wyoming, like even Sheriff Kozak saying, there are some businesses that if you get really tough on this, they're just going to have to close because they don't have any workers. I think we've, and look, throughout the country, both sides, Democrat and Republicans, have talked for a long time about we need to fix immigration laws. We need to make it, a little easier to bring people here legally when we need them for workers. Nothing's ever happened. No solutions. I can remember people talking about this when I was knee-high to a grasshopper, basically. So we're talking 6 decades of inaction. People are fed up. And so I think that's a lot of what's driving Trump on this. More people are fed up than not. So, we saw him swing kind of back the other way late afternoon. The congressional delegation, in their comments to me, don't look like they're budging on it any at all. So I don't know if I would really look for an executive order to swoop in and save everyone. I think now is a good time to be proactive, like Chris Brown was saying. He's having webinars to teach businesses how to bring people, if they do have any people with questionable documentation, make sure everything's in order, get everything up to snuff. I think that's probably the way I would go if I were a business owner right now. I would be looking to make sure I've got every I dotted and every T crossed, and that everybody in my employ is who they say they are. Jim Magagna was saying that some immigrants will present papers that look legal, but it's not their name on the paper. That now's a good time, I think, to go through, make sure everybody's who they say they are, all the paperwork's legal, nothing is forged. Don't be like the Nebraska plant got caught, I guess, flat-footed. According to the Nebraska plant, all their people were legal. According to ICE, some of them had different names than were on their paper. I don't know who's right in that dispute. I guess you would need a court to really sort that out,
But you're right that sometimes mixed messages from Trump, from the White House, saying one thing and saying another thing.
doing something else, yeah.
Yeah, but Reuters is reporting the Department of Homeland Security has gotten the message, and the message is, let's not go raid restaurants and farms. I mean, that's what the story was from Reuters yesterday. So,
yeah, but what time did they write that story? And I saw other stories that said the words don't match the action, that the enforcement continues. So,
right,
I really don't know how to sort out the truth of that. At this point, we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. But I do think it could be concerning, particularly in the meat packing industry. A lot of undocumented workers in that. Anecdotally, we've been told that all along for years. I'm talking with Sheriff Kozak yesterday. He's seen a lot of undocumented workers in his time. He knows they're out there. He knows they're here in Wyoming. We don't know exactly where. It's not something, in the past that has been a focus for enforcement. People kind of look the other way as long as, people were law abiding and not running around stealing or, other concerning behavior. But this is a new day. So, it's time. There are programs out there that can help you figure out how to bring people here legally. Now's a good time to make sure you're doing that. And I think, but as I was going to say, in the meat packing industry, it's a big concern, I think, for the nation because, like Nebraska, that plant's no longer operating. They lost 80 employees. They can't function having lost that many employees. They're going to have to rehire. During that time period, they're not processing meat. That meat's not getting from farm to table. That could blow back and have large ripple effects in the economy. If we shut a whole bunch of meat packing plants down at once, cattle are going to be not processed. Meat's not getting on the table. You can see the huge economic ripple effects that could have in the economy.
And that's what President Trump said. He doesn't want to take food off the table. So there may be some softening there. I don't know if the message has gotten through to Wyoming congressional delegates. As you say, the narrative still seems to be, in their words, if you're in the country illegal, you're illegal. And nobody's overlooking that, they say. So what is the message? It's kind of mixed up, but you had a lot of interesting stuff. The estimated half of the 2 million agricultural laborers in the U.S. are here undocumented. In the hospitality industry, that number is guessed to be about 7%. Don't know what this will mean for Wyoming. Even Wenlin Liu, who tracks all this kind of stuff, Wyoming's chief economist, estimates maybe 4,800 people are working. And I like our buddy Sheriff Brian Kozak's, and his approach is, if you don't show up on the police blotter, we don't see you. Just keep it cool, keep working, and
Keep your nose clean.
Interesting story. Well, you had fun at KC. Did you stay dry? And what was that like hearing Ned play his dad's songs for the last time at the Chris Ledoux days?
I definitely did not stay dry, Jake. 2
Oh,
minutes after that rain, at first it was a little sprinkle here and there, but when the rain really started, it was coming down pretty hard, and I didn't make it to shelter for a couple, 3 minutes. I was soaked.
oh boy.
Completely soaked, but,
Wow.
people were nice, and, somebody shared I was questioning my life choices. I didn't bring an umbrella, and, I take it for granted, I guess Wyoming's so dry, rarely do I need an umbrella, so I didn't have one in the car. Usually, I do put one in the car, but this time I didn't. So I was questioning my life choices as I was walking along like a drowned rat.
But you couldn't have questioned being at the right place at the right time. That was the place to be. You and maybe 5,000-6,000 others in Casey, Wyoming.
Yeah, that was an incredible sight, Jake, and, it was tough to find parking. When I hit town, I knew I was in trouble because I could see cars just basically parked bumper to bumper on people's yards, on curbs, on all the side streets. I kinda drove around, the back way of the event, uh, and looped around and got a great parking spot ultimately, but I was wondering if I was gonna be parking out in Timbuktu,
Hmm.
Saudi Arabia.
Well, you were a part of history. I mean, 15 years running, and on Father's Day, you closed out Chris Ledoux days in KC. That is a pretty neat story.
So many people there, and, most of the people I bumped into were first timers. Now, Chris
Hmm.
asked the audience, "How many of you have been here before?" And everybody cheered, and, "How many of you were here first time?" And everybody cheered, and those cheers sounded about equally loud, so maybe it was 50-50. But everybody I bumped into was a first timer just about, except for one. So, like, 4 to 1 first timers, at least in my random interactions. So lots of people coming from out of state. You know, Chris Ledoux's a big thing, not just in Wyoming, but across America. The merchandise in the store just flying off the shelves. I couldn't believe how many people were in that store waiting in line. 30, 40 people in line waiting to buy t-shirts, hats, and other souvenirs from the final Chris Ledoux days in Wyoming.
Waiting to buy Legos in Cheyenne, as Greg points out, and waiting to buy Chris Ledoux swag. I love it. Hey, tell us about our favorite celebrity chef. She gets a chance to come back and possibly win some big money.
Yeah, she's back on the show. She got popped off the very first round. Um, Chef Petrina is a vegetarian chef. We all know that. She doesn't like killing things. So, and when she was on the Vegas Strip, she killed lobsters by the thousand and really got an aversion to doing that. Well, on the show, right off the bat, she has to kill a lobster uh for that gazpacho that she was making, and it just completely discombobulated her, and she kind of overthinking is her issue, and just kind of spiraled and ended up serving a gazpacho that was a little less than perfection to a chef who's he's a Spaniard. He's born in uh gazpacho country. He speaks
Yeah.
gazpacho as a second language. So she was definitely in jeopardy after that. And then due to the way the show works, the players got together and decided that instead of Chef Peart being challenged for the cook-off to keep her spot, that Chef Katsuji would be challenged instead. Katsuji's plan was to send Peart home. I think the chef who challenged him really wanted to send Katsuji home. He was a very disruptive element in the show. He during the cook-off, he took a steak that he had no plans of using just to deny it to his competition. And in one of the subsequent shows, he took all of the eggs, not just some of them, but all of the eggs available to the entire show. He took them for his team and denied them to the other team, which needed eggs for like clarifying a consomme or making pasta. It's hard to make pasta without eggs, right? The best pasta is made with eggs. And there are other ways to clarify a consomme, but you have 30 minutes and not a lot of time to figure out alternatives. So, it was a huge advantage on his part, and there were never any consequences for that. So, he's playing the game dirty. The whole reason these chefs are on the show is because they have out of control egos, out of control temper,
right.
Perfectionism issues that are paralyzing them in the kitchen. And there were never any consequences for any of these willful bad acts that you could see on screen anyway. In fact, he was like praised for his dishes. So basically rewarding the very behavior that landed him on the show, I thought was interesting. A little less of the mentoring component than I had expected. I expected him to face some consequences for that, in the judging, but no.
Yeah, I might have to get in. This sounds like my kind of cooking reality show, man. I thought cooking shows were boring. This sort of has an element of Survivor with backbiting and it's called Yes Chef. It's an NBC Martha Stewart reality television show, and our Cheyenne celebrity chef Patrina Peart is back in contention for $250,000 grand prize. Good luck, Chef Patrina, and do it your way. Don't get into all the backdoor nasty stuff. Just plate your stuff and do it your way. I'm excited.
She's such a good chef. And so I know for like knowing how good she is, it's hard for me to believe that she struggles at all with any of these things. But I understand those kind of issues because I struggle with them a little myself as a writer. So
you perfectionist you are, Renee. Yes.
I just want everything to be as best as it can be, you know.
Well, yeah.
Sometimes if you think about that too much, it can be paralyzing.
Mm-hmm. I can only imagine it. It's not my cross to bear, but I can only imagine that I'll live it through you, I guess. One last Renee James story, and this concerns not the swallows of Capistrano, but the bats of Fort Laramie. I'm not a big bat fan, but this photograph in the story is kind of cute, man. At least they eat bugs. What is that all about?
Well, I just thought the bats would be kind of a cool story, and I don't know. I think bats are kind of interesting. They are the only mammal that flies. There are all kinds of misinformation and myths around bats. People think they're blind. They're not. They have eyes. They can see perfectly well. Um, you know, uh, can they carry rabies? Yes, but less than 1% of the population carries rabies. And normally, kind of typically, if they have rabies, they're going to be acting weird, dazed and confused, losing their fear of humans, showing up in unexpected places. Those would be some symptoms of rabies. And, don't pick up the bats. They're wild creatures, so you shouldn't be picking them up anyway. Uh, common sense goes a long way, I guess. But yeah, they're just really cool to watch too. They're so graceful. They do tricks in the air. They're better than any Thunderbird. I think it just looks like they love to fly. And they've got that echolocation for hunting. But they use that for hunting. And what do they hunt? They hunt insects by and large in Wyoming. People think bats drink blood. No, Wyoming bats eat insects. They eat mosquitoes, beetles, various bugs that come out at night. And the bats at Fort Laramie, I think, are pretty interesting because, first of all, it wasn't really known that there were these big colonies at Fort Laramie. It was known that there were bats, but the significance of the colony there is it's a maternity colony. So these are all the moms that get together and roost together to raise their young.
Oh.
And it's kind of, we don't know where too many of these maternity colonies are in Wyoming. So this is a really unique place, an ideal place for researchers to kind of study the social lives of these tiny mammals. They are distant cousins, I guess, of monkeys. I don't know.
Yeah. And because they fly at night and they're blind, they get stuck in people's hair all the time.
No, they're not blind, and they do have eyes, but like anybody, sometimes they make mistakes, and we can all be a little bit clumsy.
Yeah.
But so I think they're just really kind of cool.
Yeah.
They're a cool part of our ecosystem. They do pollinate some flowers. They eat insects. They help keep the mosquito populations down. So, if you can learn to live with the bats in your neighborhood, they're actually helping you at night by eating up the insects that would bug you when you're outside.
Yeah, I'll take a bet any day over the mosquitoes. Keep going, bats. I didn't see in your story, but is there any indication from the people you talked to and what you learned that this particular group of bats, this is got any kind of disease running through it? I know a lot of bats there's problems with disease in them.
Yeah, the white nose syndrome is in Wyoming. Pretty much all the bats are encountering that. Some are more resistant than others. Researchers are kind of studying that, trying to figure out, how can we help our bats survive? There is a vaccine trial going on also to try to help save, bats in Wyoming. We have 18 species of known bats, but we don't know a lot about them. Like these bats hibernate at Fort Laramie, but we don't know where they go. We have no idea where they go.
Well, bats need their secrets too. I don't mind that. Awesome. Well, Renee, thanks so much for sharing all these stories with us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Have a great day.
You too. Have a great Tuesday. That's Renee Jean, Cowboy State Daily, with myriad stories, all better than the next. Amazing. We'll be right back. We're going to rodeo a little bit and do more stuff. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it. but you can escape. Take the 1-minute pre-diabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Welcome back. Uh-oh, somebody's calling me. I left my ringer on. Sorry. This German Shepherd that chased a wolf in Yellowstone, this is pretty neat. I mean, not for the wolf. And, yeah, it turns out, there's nobody to vilify here. Let's not jump to conclusions, but it looked like the owner of the German Shepherd was not being negligent. It's just one of those things that happens when you're in Yellowstone National Park. You got wildlife, you're traveling with your dog, which is totally legal, legit. But the German Shepherd sees a wolf and thinks, hey, that's a friend of mine, or that's an ancestor, or that's somebody to play with, a playmate. And, of course, the German Shepherd wants to get out there and meet Wolf. And turns out the owner of the German Shepherd thought he was rolling the windows up. But as many of us have seen, there's technology to prevent dogs or kids or anybody else from getting caught in the window when you're rolling it up, if you're not watching. So the window hit the dog and felt resistance and went back down, and he didn't realize that. And the dog jumps out, chases Wolf. The wolf looks really little. The wolf is young. I mean, I'm looking at it. It's probably a year old, year and a half. I mean, this is not one of your big bad wolves. This is kind of a young, not quite bad wolf, learning to be bad maybe. And the German Shepherd runs up to it. The wolf runs for a minute and then makes a stand, and that's as close as it got. The two did not get into a fight or anything. They did not meet. I'm going to take the opportunity to rodeo while I silence my phone. It's the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, two-time Announcer of the Year, Anthony Lucia, joins us. He talks about growing up and being around his dad, who was an award-winning contract act in professional rodeo, and how listening to the announcers when he was a kid has honed his skills to an adult that he is today, one of the best. Anthony Lucia on the Roadshow next.
Cattle producers, take advantage of this red-hot cattle market and consign your calves and yearlings in Superior Livestock Auctions Week in the Rockies sale. Now, this year's sale runs July 7th through the 11th in Steamboat Springs, Colorado at the Steamboat Grand. However, the consignment deadline is fast approaching. It's Friday, June 20th. So contact your Superior rep today. You can also call toll-free 800-422-2117 or visit superiorlivestock.com.
Good news, beef producers. Consumers' opinions and preferences on beef are becoming more transparent month after month. Your checkoff dollar supports state-of-the-art research that taps into thousands of consumers' eating habits every month to track modern trends in meat demand and other proteins. With this knowledge, the Beef Checkoff can invest your dollars more wisely in future projects, empower the industry, and strengthen beef's place in the market. Get the full story at yourdollardoes.com. Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
People would say, like, oh, well, you're doing good at announcing because your dad, Tommy Lucia. And I said, well, he's been passed away for 10 years. So unless he's making calls from heaven to help get me rodeos, the way he's helping me is from, and even whenever he was alive, I had barely been dabbling in announcing, but I learned so much from listening to you and Randy Corley and Bob Tallman and Boyd Paul Hamus and Roger and so many guys growing up. And then my dad, and you knew my dad was not scared to share his opinion.
Yeah, that is true.
and I think he looked forward to sharing his opinion. And so just listening to him critique announcers and announcers were heavily an intricate part of my dad's acts, as you well know. And there was a lot of moving parts in like his horse act and stuff, and a lot of timing things that you had to hit. And my advantage, I think, in rodeo has come from just growing up around the best and listening to and learning from all different styles.
Two-time Announcer of the Year in professional rodeo, Anthony Lucia on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Well, so many stories we're still trying to get to on a Tuesday, and time is running out on us. The brother of the Moorcroft man accused of touching girls inappropriately in church, or the Moorcroft man accused of touching girls inappropriately in church, has a brother that did the very same thing last December in Duluth. It's just so weird that same, whatever you call it, affliction would appear in two men who were brothers. Charles Chuck Massey is the man charged in Crook County with 5 sex crimes, claiming he fondled girls in church. In Duluth, Minnesota last December, 49-year-old Clint Massey, his brother, pleaded guilty to 4 counts of criminal sexual conduct, doing the very same thing. Greg Johnson writes more about the shooting the other day, Friday, and finds out that it was a disagreement between a Cheyenne man. 19-year-old shooter is being named as Nathan Pfaff, shot an 18-year-old Ryan Snow over some kind of dispute or disagreement. And that Harley motorcycle rider we got the whole video of him hitting that deer. That was incredible that he stayed up on that bike, man. That's a Mark Hines story. Yeah, it's been a fun Tuesday, and thanks for spending it with us. We'll see you again tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.